basketball royalty and has earned its status as the state's premier program. Notre Dame of West Haven is elite in its own right, looking to cement its place among the best and avenge a heartbreaking one-point loss to East Catholic in last year's championship game. Two of the state's best start down their road to greatness. Who will find the trip smooth and who will make an early exit? We find out. It's East Catholic and Notre Dame, powerhouse versus powerhouse. It's the Day Holiday Classic at the Mohegan Sun, and it is live on game day.
Two powerhouse programs in an elite arena, undefeated, looking for revenge. What better way to create a classic? And it's the Day Holiday Classic here at Mohegan Sun, and it's all on Game Day, live on theday.com. Game Day is brought to you by Ambassador Limousine. With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeur transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com. Casey O'Neill, along with edition #1 for the year, some new faces, the coach, Chris Giusti. It is an absolute pleasure to have you, and what a great way to open up.
Pleasure for you, pleasure for me. Is it Christmas? Is it December 25th? Man, not only opportunity to be on the best high school broadcast in the state of Connecticut, probably in the Northeast, but also to watch 3 fabulous games. We're going to see the rematch of the Double L final, and man, there's some great athletes out there.
We're looking forward to it. Now listen, when we bring in someone of your status, we can't just stop there. We got to take it up a notch even farther, so let's welcome another new member of our broadcast team, George Hathaway. Take it away, George.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate you guys being here today. And this is a heavily anticipated matchup between East Catholic and Notre Dame. I was able to speak to both head coaches prior to tip-off here today. Both teams are very excited to be playing at Mohegan Sun Arena. There's no better place to play like it. I also spoke to Coach Shea from Notre Dame, and he said the rematch will be coming in March between these two teams in the playoffs coming up in just a few months. So a lot of great basketball here today at Mohegan Sun Arena, and we're going to send it back to you guys at the booth.
Thank you, George. I'm going to have to turn I brought the hat, but I'm going to have to turn my sartorial game up a notch between you and George. I think that's a pretty bold statement, but I think it's an accurate statement, too. These are two of the elite teams. They're poised for a rematch. If you look at their early season scores, these two teams have not been challenged. They've run everybody right out of the gym. If you're used to seeing ECC basketball, you're going to see in the next level of athleticism in basketball with these two teams.
Yeah, you'll see a bunch of guys that'll be playing at the next level today, and they're going to be playing hard. It's a 4 o'clock game. The crowd is still filtering in, but these two teams know love lost. So the rematch might be coming in March, but right now the rematch is today.
So, of course, this is the first of 3 games today, the rematch. It's all about rematches today. St. Bernard's and Hand follows at 6 o'clock, and then the nightcap tonight, NFA and New London. But, it's not lost, and it should be mentioned, that East Catholic is not only no stranger to Mohegan Sun, they might actually have a little piece of the parquet with them back at the school, because if they win today, they will tie Mohegan Sun royalty, the Waterford Lancers, with 5 victories on this floor. The other 4 came via the state championship. Of course, Dunham and Klingen had something to say about getting their 5th last year. But they've got 4. They're looking for 5 here at the Sun.
Yeah, and Coach Riley, speaking to Coach Riley earlier this week, he doesn't take it for granted. He says, yeah, you want to win a championship. That's the goal every season. But it's also about creating moments for your team and getting an opportunity to play on this court. What a moment.
Well, we're going to get a chance to see all kinds of spectacular athletes, players, basketball, royalty, and a great venue. So stay tuned for 3 games today. It's going to be a long and exciting day. But when you think of the ECC and you think Mohegan Sun and you think basketball, you think Bill Glennie, the PA announcer. Let's send it to Bill.
For the 2022 The Day Holiday Classic Game number 1 tonight features a pair of unbeaten sides as the Green Knights of Notre Dame West Haven take on the East Catholic Eagles in a rematch of last year's Division I championship game. Your officials tonight, Mr. Tim Viveras, Mr. Anthony Malhot, and Mr. Greg Keith. Before we get to tonight's starting lineups, I would direct your attention to the Jumbotron as the day and game day introduce tonight's players.
Matt Picota, St. Mary's of Milford.
Akeem Jackson, Hammond in the Middle.
Makai Connor, Elm City Middle School.
Ayo Aminu, Highwood Charter.
Tamari Gay, Blackwell Middle School.
Jaden Jackson, Bailey Middle School.
Tim Swanson, St. Mary's Milford.
Junior Habimana, Shelton Middle School.
Landon Krieger, Adams Middle School.
Nick Purcell, North Haven Middle School.
Teray, Edgewood Magnet School.
Colin Garrettson, Hamden Middle School.
Tajay Jones, Williams Middle School.
Quincy Dornville, Warren Sheridan Middle School.
Preston Fowler, Lightskin Academy.
Luke Riley Jr., Big Guard University. James Jones, Hardhaven, New Britain.
Mason Cottrell, aka Wings, Takeoff Academy.
Ryan Farley, Splash University.
Rob Elliott, Riz Academy.
Samson Riley, Let It Fly Elementary.
Yaya Rodriguez, You Are Your Own Academy.
Theo Perkins, Playmaker Academy.
Omar Quendo, R2D Academy.
Jeremiah Jackson Sherman, Lockdown Academy.
Josh Harris, Big Guard Academy.
JJ Hay, Shoe Plug Academy.
Leandro Sanchez, Junkyard Academy.
Braden Jones, Big Guard Academy.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet your starting lineup. Playing out of the SEC, Notre Dame West Haven opened its season with a convincing win over Brantford and gets right back into action tomorrow as they host Jonathan Law. The Green Knights are led by head coach Jason Shea, sporting the classic black jerseys with green and gold lettering. Let's make some noise for your starting five. Starting at guard, a 6'3" senior number 2, Akeem Jackson Jr. Starting at guard, a 6' senior number 3, Makai Connor. Starting at guard, a 6'3" senior number 5, Tamari Gray. Starting at forward, a 6'4" senior number 10, Jaden Jackson. And starting at forward, a 6'7" junior number 22, Tajay Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the Eagles of East Catholic. Out of the CCC, runaway wins over Avon and Middletown sends them to 2-0 on the year with a crosstown battle at Manchester looming on Thursday night. Sporting the traditional white jerseys with blue numbers, they are coached by Mr. Luke Riley. Let's introduce your starting five. Starting at center, a 6'6" sophomore, number 0, Preston Fowler. Starting at guard, a 6'2" senior, number 1, Luke Riley. Starting at forward, a 6'4" senior, number 3, James Jones. Starting at forward, a 6'4" senior, number 10, Rob Elliott. And starting at guard, a 6'1" junior, number 11, Samson Riley. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would ask that you please rise and remove your hats as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
All right, it's time for some freshly squeezed juice. The keys to the game are brought to you by the Holy Club, the premier indoor golf facility and lounge in southeastern Connecticut, located at 161 Water Street in downtown Norwich. Coach, what do you see?
For East Catholic, Casey, travel at the speed limit. Don't get sped up by the Notre Dame pressure. Play your game and execute. Can't teach height. Use the size and length advantage to pass over the pressure and create opportunities down low. And no ordinary Jones. When in doubt, go to your big man, James Jones, a bona fide D1 inside-out threat. For Notre Dame West Haven, hungry like the wolf. Create havoc and turnovers with tenacious defense. Use the athleticism to outwork and out-hustle East. And keep Jack in the box. Don't jack those threes early. Last year, they took a bunch of them, 4 of 21 from three-point land, including a quarter they dominated in the first, so try to keep that three-point shot under control. And finally, stay in arm's length. You can't let East get a big lead. They're some of the masters of milking the clock.
Well, we're ready to tip it. You got Notre Dame in the black and green with the gold trim, looking very much like the Notre Dame. And, of course, East Catholic in the white and blue will be jumping it up. Tajay Jones will jump for Notre Dame. Preston Fowler wins the tip for East Catholic, and they'll have the first possession. Of course, they will be methodical and very disciplined. Good defense in the early going. Notre Dame, a lot of length out there for the Green Knights. They can really defend at the rim, but they're also very tough on the perimeter. Kick out, baseline drive. Cutter, floater misses by Fowler, and he gets his own rebound, and there's your first two of the game. The sophomore, Preston Fowler, in the paint.
Both teams playing man-to-man early.
Three-pointer straight away, back iron, no good from Jackson. Rebound and looking to run. Jones pushes. Nice dump down to Fowler. Can't finish, but rebound underneath. Blocked is Elliott. He'll kick it up top. Three straight away, no good, and there's a strong rebound. And pushing the other way as Tajay Jones went and got it.
One of the things about playing at Mohegan, that three-point line, there's two of them, so a lot of times kids will pull that three-pointer.
Step back three off the rim, no good from Connor. Depth perception, you hear a lot of kids talking about their first few shots here. It takes a little while to get used to the stands and the crowd and the depth. Riley picks up his dribble. We're going to get a walk on Samson Riley. The brothers Riley turning it over that time for East. Notre Dame will have its possession. Still looking to get on the scoreboard here, down 2-0.
Yeah, classic first round of a big-time fight. Both teams feeling each other out.
Mackay Connor, senior guard, works off a screen. Notre Dame wants to get out and, push and run. East Catholic's done a nice job not allowing that so far through a combination of help defense. They haven't really let Notre Dame settle in. There's a long three. Good. Mackay Connor knocks down a long triple. Oh, nice look. I think that was to Jones. Instead, out to the wing, three-pointer, no good. Rebound, and here's Notre Dame. They want to push. They're going to have to step up out on Connor. Another three. Nothing but the bottom of the net, knocking it down. Tamari Gay.
So much for keeping Jack in the box. They're coming out firing.
Kick out, three. knocking it down, Luke Riley, and that'll get a 6-5 now. Notre Dame on top. So 3 threes out of the 4 baskets. The modern game is showing itself.
Both teams seem really comfortable on this floor right now.
Notre Dame does not seem like they have much in the way of an inside presence. They're just knocking down threes. Another from Tamari Gay. Fowler up top now. Baseline drive by Elliott. Tries to bull his way to the basket. Good defense. Notre Dame will push.
Both teams are in great position on defense, and there's so much height and length. I think really the only shots available right now are from the perimeter.
You know, these teams, you know, unchallenged really in their early matchups. This is the first time that a drive like that results in defense like that at the rim. Floating in the air. Oh! Makai Connor hanging. Jones for 3, no good. Rebound Connor, and you can see why Makai Connor's got those D1 looks. Goes right into the hands of Jackson. Gay, step back, and he'll dump to Connor. Strong bully move, and the tip, no good. Tajay Jones couldn't get it to go. Now Jones pushing for East Catholic. Oh, what a great look to Fowler underneath.
And there's the inside-out ability of Jones. He's 6'6", handling the ball, dropping dimes down low. That's why he's a Division I prospect.
Well, we've just the maturity in his body from 2 years ago when we saw him, and even last year, he has put on definitive size. He was a string bean. You know, he was all gangly. Now he is a muscular, 6'6". We're going to get our first subs into the game. Notre Dame is going to send Ayo Amino into the game. East Catholic's going to send Leandre Sanchez into the ball game. Also into the game is Yayo Rodriguez. And into the game for Notre Dame, also Abdou Toure. Nice when you can bring a 6'4" freshman off the bench. Gay for 3, no good. Rebound Riley. Here comes East Catholic.
Good move.
Can't finish with the left, but we're going to get a late foul on Ayo Amino. So beat him to the basket here, right? And Ayo gets him from behind.
Yeah, got him on the head. Samson Riley at the line here. Remember, Casey broke his foot last year, February 14th. Was cleared 3 days before the Double L final. Got in the first quarter, a minute and a half into the game, broke it again. So he's back out here with a chance to play against the Green Knights.
And I promise you, as a coach's son, he's not allowed to miss free throws. Penalty, there will be no dinner on the table tonight if you miss a free throw. Dessert, don't even think about it.
Notre Dame runs a lot out of this horn set here. The 2 big men at the elbows. They'll either screen or enter it to the high post and look to get it back to Connor.
Connor with a new look on him now. Rodriguez defending him. Connor goes right by him. And a beautiful dish to Ayo Amino finishing at the basket. I think that's a lot to ask for Yayo Rodriguez.
No gimmicks so far, Casey. Just straight man, staying with their own man, playing good defense.
Drive, baseline, fancy, Samson Riley.
He's no stranger to the next level. He's already got an offer from CCSU. Coach's son, only a junior. Get a foul out on the perimeter.
see who that, they call that one on. Yeah, slap in right there on Riley.
Last 2 possessions, Casey, Notre Dame's been able to get it to the hoop.
That's 2 on Samson Riley here in the first period with a 1:06 remaining, so we'll see if he gets taken out of the ball game. Knocking down the free throw is Tourette. Landon Krieger, a 6'4" freshman. So on the floor right now for Notre Dame, 6'4", 6'4" twin freshmen.
What a luxury.
Not bad. With good touch, by the way, for a freshman. You always wonder when they get to a free throw line, you get a feel for what they, what they have for a shooting stroke, and those were both very pure. Under a minute remaining here in the first period. Notre Dame with the steal. There goes Connor. Little Euro step. Connor goes sideways and knocks it down. Biggest lead here, 6 for Notre Dame.
Token pressure here, just trying to speed East Catholic up a little bit. They got him to speed up last possession, got a turnover.
Little jump double on Jones. A bull move. No good though. Sanchez just used his body. That's a big body. Got to the rim a little bit out of control, and it'll stay with East Catholic. Samson Riley will inbound. 18 seconds remaining here in the first period. See if they get a good look off the inbound. There's a 3, back iron, and Notre Dame will have a last opportunity here before the end of the first period. Already up 6. And a little uncharacteristic there. Makai Connor out of control. Fowler will come back in the ball game for East Catholic. 3.2 seconds remaining. Let's see what East Catholic can get for a shot here at the end of the period.
Coach Shea wants him to press up a little bit here.
In it goes to Jones. He's going to have to get one off at half court, just inside. Runner, and that's blocked. We're at the end of one, 17-11. Notre Dame on top of East Catholic. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
The Holy Club, the premier indoor golf facility and lounge in southeastern Connecticut. Featuring Foresight Sports Simulator technology, you can test your game on the greatest courses in the world. Want to improve your swing? Schedule a lesson with their on-site PGA Pro. Want to host an event? The lounge offers the perfect setting to watch all the big games. Gift cards are available and make the perfect stocking stuffer for this holiday season. Don't wait. Stop by the Holy Club, 161 Water Street in downtown Norwich. With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeured transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com.
17-11, the Green Knights of Notre Dame on top of East Catholic after one. Coach, what did you see in the first period that surprised you?
The three-point shooting, obviously, these two teams are very comfortable playing on this floor. I mean, watching this game, you'd think that you were watching two teams that play regularly at Mohegan Sun, and they were here last March, and they seemed very comfortable, and the three-pointer was falling for Notre Dame. Not so much for East, but they were tempted to take a lot of those. We'll see if that game plan changes here in the second quarter.
I'm a little surprised, and maybe you can talk to this, with Notre Dame playing man, I was surprised to not see more motion from East Catholic. They seem to settle for those, drive and kick threes, and I would think they would have a motion offense that they would run, especially with such a veteran group. Got to travel on Notre Dame, so East Catholic ball.
Yeah, I mean, I think as the game goes on, we'll see if that, develops. But right now, definitely East is trying to feel out the athleticism of Notre Dame. There's not much difference here in the height and the length. And East has a very tall and long team.
Jones loses it, stripped. Pushing ahead is Krieger. Back to Connor. Back up top, Connor sidesteps, zips underneath to Krieger. That's a good look, but wasn't in good position. Now Krieger dumps down to Gay. Can't get it to go. Here's Jones. Dump down to Fowler. That's a great look. That's the second time we've seen Jones penetrate, find Fowler underneath.
Yeah, Fowler runs the floor so well. He's down there under the hoop before anybody else gets back on Notre Dame, and easy deuce.
Fowler is the leading scorer for East with 6. That 3 goes in and out. Tipped out of bounds. It'll be East Catholic basketball. Back into the game for Notre Dame, Tajay Jones.
Yeah, with the court being a little longer, a little wider, it's tempting to take those threes outside, you know, the college three-point line.
Rodriguez gives it up to Jones. That's good defense. That's a great, those 2 D1 kids right there. Jones and Connor going against each other. And they're gonna get the foul, it looks like, on Aminu, and Jones will go to the line. Second foul on Ayo Amino.
Yeah, you see there, he just tried to slide into an established position. Good call.
James Jones to the line, shoot it 2.
And free throw shooting is something that we don't talk enough about. Everyone looks at free throw shooting late in the game. I happen to think that if you knock your free throws down in the early part of the game, this is where, you know, 5-point leads get cut to 2 and where 5-point leads extend to 8 early in the game. Everyone looks kind of like, you know, who knocked their free throws down to stretch. What I'm noticing is East Catholic and Notre Dame knocking down free throws early.
Yeah, 2 teams that are well disciplined in all the fundamentals. They know it's going to take more than just athleticism to take the double L title.
Connor for 3, short iron. Rebound and push now, Sanchez to Jones. Foul on the perimeter, and I'll tell you, you look at Leandre Sanchez, the senior, you know, he doesn't have the body that some of these other kids have. He's a little shorter, thick, and, you know, doesn't give you the same vibe, but he is a bulldog getting to the basket. And we've seen this. He's played for them for a couple years now. The confidence. He gets the ball. He's very confident with it in his hands.
Yeah, he played really well in a Division I final. I keep saying double L. Division I final last year. And like Khalid El Amin.
Does have a little Khalid, you know, that's right. Jumper in and out from Yayo. Wide open look. No good. Riley with the rebound. Closing out on the threes really well. Nice give and go, but good. There's that length at the rim. Block at the rim, but they're going to get the foul. See who they call it on if it's on Fowler. It is on Fowler, and I think, yeah, he came across. That's his first foul. That'll send Jaden Jackson to the line to shoot 2, but 3 times now we've seen East at the rim with length of Notre Dame in position to stop them. Now you look at East's first 2 games, 98-61 over Middletown, 85-29 over Avon. And I promise you, no one from Middletown or Avon had that kind of length at the rim. So those were 3 layups that are now 3 contested shots and misses.
But you can't get discouraged. You can't just say, no, I'm going to settle for the 3. A couple possessions ago, took a 3. Don't need it. Just keep attacking, keep making plays.
And you see the savvy of East Catholic. They're trying to use the rim to shield all those. They all took great angles to the basket to try to shield the defender. That length just overcomes a lot. There's that baseline drive. 3. No good. Rebound. Jackson up ahead to Connor. And we're going to get a blocking foul on Yayo Rodriguez, and Makai Connor is going to go to the line. He's going to shoot 2. You can see why Connor is their go-to guy. He is all energy. He's up and down the floor, defense. He runs in transition. And if you saw the interview about where he's at, he could have gone to prep, which is the trend. He said, no, I want to stay. I want to stay. I want to win with this group. I want to win. And quite frankly, he wants to beat this team. He wants to beat East Catholic today, and he wants to come back in March and beat them again. It was very refreshing to see a kid say, no, I put winning with this group ahead of the whole prep concept, because there's no shortage of prep offers for him. And as it is now, he's going to have any number of looks.
Yeah, and I'm not so sure that, prep guarantees you a better look when you're playing a schedule like Notre Dame West Haven plays this season. They're playing against Division I players as it is, so.
Yeah, and that's, in-state, not to mention the 5 games they have out of state. Jones with Fowler with a 3, no good. Rebounded by Elliott. Now, kicked back up top. Oh, step in. Swanson, kick out. Connor, step back 3, no good. Fowler loses it underneath, and the left hand, and then finally rebounded by Jones. That was a good chance for Tajay Jones, but instead, James Jones with the rebound. Reach and foul on Jaden Jackson.
His first.
You had mentioned East Catholic, the idea of sticking around, right? Not letting anybody kind of take off. Well, East Catholic is kind of just hanging around right now. It feels like they're down more than 4, but they're a basket away from this being a 1-possession game.
Yeah, this is the same kind of situation we saw last year in the first half.
You know what we have not had in this game yet? A timeout. That means it's a well played. That means it's a crisp game. We're going to get a hold underneath.
Yeah, and you definitely see, I don't know if it's just because it's early in the season, or if Coach Shea is definitely trying to hone in on his half-court defense, but not as many traps, not as many full-court pressure opportunities for Notre Dame.
Step back 3, in and out by Jones. Rebound and kicked out of bounds by Jaden Jackson, and it'll stay with East Catholic.
I'd be fascinated to know if Coach Riley is happy with the shot selection right now. Early in the season, still trying to feel out what your strengths and weaknesses are, but it seems to me they've taken too many threes.
Speaking of threes, there's one back iron, no good from Samson Riley. Rebound by Jackson, up ahead, it goes to Connor. Connor, floater, pure.
And that's the shot that both teams want to get more of.
Numbers, lob, and a block at the rim by Jaden Jackson. Notre Dame to run. Oh, Akeem Jackson Jr. Hanging in the air, got the friendly bounce, and just like that, it's an 8-point lead. We talked 1 possession, and there's your timeout. It's a 30-second timeout from East Catholic. 6-1 run here by Notre Dame. And you talked about shot selection. Threes allow long rebounds, allow Notre Dame to get out and run. But how many times, other than Fowler, who have we seen have any success around the rim for East Catholic?
Yeah, you're definitely seeing an East Catholic team that has been discouraged by the length, athleticism, height of Notre Dame West Haven. So right now, Coach Riley probably trying to draw something up to get some more movement to the basket, get some more easy buckets in the 10 to 15-foot range even. Settling for these long threes. Yeah, they're wide open, but percentage is pretty low right now.
You talk about these teams. You talk about the difference when people don't understand the length sometimes. You at a team, even at a place like NFA, our biggest school, you might get 2 or 3 6'4" kids, with some length. But you've also got the 5'7" point guard. There's no 5'7" point guard on this game. Everybody's 6 feet tall. Everybody's 6 feet to 6'6". Down low, Jones with the left hand, no good. Good defense that time by Connor. But you're talking just, endless supplies of 6'3" to 6'6".
And they're guards too, Casey. That's the difference. Like a 6'6" guy at NFA a lot of the time was a back-to-the-basket guy. A guy that's going to bang and get rebounds. These are all guards. These are all two guards and small forwards. they're honing their skills to be that kind of player at the next level.
And talk about a guy like Mason Jackson when he was there, right? That was one of the first things we said, was that here's a guy who's a guard. And for him to play at the next level, he had to be a guard. But the temptation, nice backdoor cut. There it is, beautiful. Fowler to Riley. There's what we've been waiting on. But for Jackson, for you needed him to play big. You know, sometimes he had to go down and he could be a guard offensively, but he also needed defensively to play, like, because he was your only, guy of that length too. So on these teams, guards are guards, and you got big guards. Friendly roll for Makai Connor. He's heating up.
The difference these last couple possessions, Notre Dame, West Haven, just getting into the paint and getting opportunities much closer to the basket.
Long three from Riley, but that's NBA range. Connor drives, blocked by Jones, off of Tajay Jones, and it'll be East Catholic basketball.
What a great little play by Connor, though. He didn't try to force it. Created for his teammate and just didn't get the call.
That's a great point, because one of the things I know about, those A-list players, sometimes when they sense the blood in the water, they want to do it by that long three, that dagger three. He did it by driving and getting a teammate involved. Three is good from Samson Riley with a chance at a 4-point play, just what the doctor ordered for East Catholic.
Yeah, they needed one to fall desperately. And, here you see the best threes are those inside-out threes where you're faced up to the basket. Pass comes from the inside. Had his sights on it and got nicked on the hand, so 4-point play opportunity.
And that's exactly what they needed, as they had been in danger of seeing that lead go into double digits. Now with 1:43, a chance to cut it to 4. Rare miss by the coach's son, but the tip comes down underneath. Pump fake and good from Jones. That's savvy from James Jones.
Man, doesn't that always happen? You miss a free throw, box out, give up a layup.
And Jones starting to assert himself as they need him to. Rebound, kick, pump fake, strip from Connor. That's a beautiful look to Tamari Gay. That ends a 7-0 run.
It seems like every time East Catholic makes a costly turnover, Notre Dame cashes it in.
There's Jones. Pulls up. No good. That's great defense. But Fowler in the right spot. Strong to the basket. And we're going to get a timeout, Notre Dame. 30-second timeout for Notre Dame. So you talked about every time that East Catholic turns it over, Notre Dame seemed to capitalize. Well, the last couple of possessions, Notre Dame's been victim of a little bit of bad luck, which is the thing it's impossible to predict the bounce of the ball sometimes. Back to back, the ball bounces right into East Catholic's hands.
Yeah, and Coach Jay furious, box out, we got a rebound, but like you said, Casey, sometimes it just bounces the wrong way. And East Catholic, Johnny on the spot. And they needed those 2 hoops. And all of a sudden, it looked like Notre Dame was going to pull away here, get a double-digit lead, and now, lo and behold, it's 1 possession with under a minute to play.
Makai Connor, the leading scorer for Notre Dame with 11, and Preston Fowler with 8, all at the rim, which is, again, where they've had their success. So Notre Dame will have the ball. 3-point East Catholic lead, under a minute here remaining in the half. Our next game, St. Bernard and Daniel Hand. Those 2 teams have arrived. They're in the stands watching this contest here. Getting a look at how the other Division I teams around the state. Of course, Hand, last year's D3 winner. Dump down, good position. And we're going to get a foul on Rob Elliott. That was good position from Tajay Jones.
And a great decision by Jaden Jackson. He had a 15-footer. He passed it back out. They got a better opportunity, and now a chance to extend the lead.
At the line, the 6'7" junior, Tajay Jones. First one's good, and with 32 seconds remaining. I'd be interested to see, assuming that he knocks this one down and it becomes a 5-point lead, does East Catholic hold for one, or do they just try to get the best look they get? Because I don't want to go into halftime down more than 5. I'd like to cut it, but I don't want it to be more than 5. And it is 5. Jones being hounded by Abdu Torre, and he's going to get the foul. Torre will foul away from the basket. That's a 1-and-1, so that's going to put James Jones on the line. So an opportunity at some free points here for East Catholic.
Yeah, that's a trunk slammer of a foul there. 50 feet away from the hoop, giving him a free chance to get 2 points.
Here are those free throws we talked about. Front end of a 1-and-1.
The poise from these players, though, Casey, so impressive. All of them very poised. You don't see them getting too hot. They're getting to the next play.
Knocks them both down. One possession game. You know that Notre Dame's going to want it in Mekhi Connor's hands. Here he comes. Guarded by Yayo Rodriguez. Now he dumps it off to Mari Gay. Little high-low, backdoor cut, there it is to Connor. Spin, hangs, no foul. 3-2, Fowler at the buzzer, no good. We're at halftime. 3-point Notre Dame lead on top of East Catholic. We're gonna hear from Notre Dame coach Jason Shea. He will be with our own George Hathaway as Notre Dame there. I think they wanted a foul on one end, but instead they got it. George Hathaway is with Jason Shea. So Notre Dame wanted the foul, and East Catholic not a real great look. Let's see what Jason Shea has to say about where his team is. 3-point lead. You know, I think they probably felt it should be more. I'll be interested to see what he thinks about that. All right, George, take it away.
Thank you, guys. So here I am with Coach Shea. Coach, you guys have a 3-point lead here at halftime. What's the message to the team in the locker room?
Well, we got to do a better job on the boards. I think we've hit some pretty tough shots, so we want to run better offense, get a few easier ones, and we're breaking down in transition defense a little bit too. So we've got to tie those things up, but our effort's there, and we're playing well together. So I'm happy with that.
And speaking of the offense, it seems like you guys are taking a lot of perimeter shots early on here, especially in that first quarter. But kind of going in the locker room second half, are you going to try to utilize more of that inside game?
Yeah, they make it tough. It's not by accident. They're a really big, long team, so we're going to try to get some stuff to the basket. But we got some shooters too, so if it's there, we just got to offense and rebound it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck second half. All right, we're going to send it back to you guys at the booth.
Thank you, George. We're at halftime. 3-point lead here for Notre Dame. Stay tuned for some business, some features, and then we'll be back with a little wrap-up of the first half. You're watching Game Day at the Holiday Classic live on theday.com.
With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeured transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more.
Any good coach, at least the way that we do it, your team becomes part of your family. And they've been part of this family since the day they were born.
Make them go 1-on-3.
When these guys were born, they grew up watching all the guys playing in East Catholic uniform and idolized them and rode the bus.
It kind of evolved to I'd be behind the bench, and then eventually I got on the end of the bench, and then I believe after the 2016 state championship game, I was jumping around the court with the handy cam, filming the celebration at half court.
It's been really cool growing up around the team, seeing all the guys go through, from Joey, my cousin, to Matt Noling, and everyone in between. And now it's finally my turn. That's really cool.
I'd say he becomes dad outside of the East Catholic building?
There's got to be a difference. You're always striving for balance. Sometimes that's hard to get, and I always joke around that, you know, these guys have no separation. There's no escape. And I think my wife has got the worst of it, because the chances of the three of us all having a good day on the basketball court, whether it be coaching or playing or winning or losing, she's taking the brunt of it. But you're always just striving for balance. And we've always said that, hey, basketball is a tool, a teaching tool, and our goal is to create great young men, and they come in as young little guys and they leave as grown men ready to kind of tackle the world.
Do you see yourself doing that one day?
That's the goal, yeah. I do. I would like to go into coaching.
I do want to be a coach because growing up around it, or even now being able to see like what my uncle is doing or what my dad has done, or even like Drew Hurley came through and seeing what his dad is doing, or seeing like Jalen Hunter's dad is over at Indiana right now. So I think seeing like how many doors coaching can open, I think it'll be something that I strive to be one day.
It's just the family business. It's in the blood.
At The Day, we pride ourselves on giving our readers the best coverage of local high school sports. Whether in-depth stories, photos and video, or columns, our dedicated reporters are on the sidelines covering it all, providing you with the stats, analysis, and commentary you've grown to know and trust. Subscribe today at theday.com to receive full access to all our coverage. With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeured transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com.
Somebody who is as good as you in high school, there's always the tug of going to prep school.
Yeah.
Why'd you stay?
You know, making it that far and, you know, getting there and losing by 1 point in a state championship, you know, it played a huge role in me, you know, coming back. And then, you know, also, you know, my coaches and my teammates, you know, I kind of didn't want to leave them. You know, I love them guys. And starting from my freshman year, I built a brotherhood with them. So, you know, it definitely kept me around.
I think it means everything. You know, these guys are more than just players to me. We have relationships that are real. We spend a lot of time with each other in the off season, not just on, you know, obviously not on the basketball court, but in other settings. I get to know them. They've gotten to know me. It's much more than just a coach-player relationship. You know, a lot of the players who played for me become some of my best friends as they get a little older. When they stay and they show that loyalty and belief in me and the program, it means the world.
Did you get any phone calls? Hey, come to our school.
I had a couple, yeah, but yeah, I knew it wasn't for me. Like, you know, I explored my options and, you know, I looked into them and, you know, applied. But when it really came down to it, I kind of knew in my heart I was going to come back to Notre Dame. It's kind of tough, you know, making it there and, you know, losing by 1 point. That's definitely, you know, I'd rather have lost by 20 than lose by 1, man, you know, because 1 point is like, if one more shot went in, could have changed the game.
It hurt right down to the core. There's no question about it. We had a great group of kids, fantastic season, and that still is something we're very proud of, probably the best season in our school's history. But that last game, it still sticks with all of us. It's been a motivating factor for us and will continue to be throughout the entire season.
I think I was at Mohegan and I heard it, that somebody was like, you know, you guys could possibly play for East Catholic again. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm ready for that game. I can't wait for that one.
With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeured transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com. St. Bernard School is a Roman Catholic co-ed college prep school for grades 6 to 12 located in Uncasville. We welcome students of all faiths who value academic excellence, personal and spiritual growth, and a commitment to community. St. Bernard ranks among the best private schools in Connecticut with a 98% college acceptance rate and a student-to-teacher ratio of 12 to 1. We offer over 40 clubs and activities and more than 20 sports programs. Visit stbernardschool.org to apply today or request a campus tour.
We're at halftime, a 3-point lead for Notre Dame. And Coach, you heard Coach Shea mention that it's tough. He said, we got to stay on the perimeter because it's tough with their length. And I think that Notre Dame's even longer than East Catholic. What did you see there?
Yeah, I thought uncharacteristically, at least from what we've expected in the past from Coach Riley's team, a lot more threes than I expected them to take. And like Coach Shea said, his team took a lot of perimeter shots because East Catholic's so long. I think East was baited into taking a lot of those threes because they are wide open. But remember, we got 2 lines on the court here for 3-pointers, and the wide open threes were the further 3-pointer.
Well, Fowler led East Catholic with 8 points. All of his were around the rim, but, Connor and Gay with 11 and 8 for Notre Dame, and they were launching early and often. And I think, it's set up, like you said, the baiting, right? So, all of a sudden East Catholic starting to drift out to the perimeter as well because that's where the open looks are.
Yeah, and then as we saw later in the second quarter, right here, Mackay goes to the hoop. He creates for other people. They got some opportunities down low to get some harm at the basket to get to the foul line. And East had a lot of their success when they were able to go to the basket, as we're seeing in this package here. And turnovers have helped Notre Dame get a lead, but then the lack of offensive rebounding, or the lack of defensive rebounding, I should say, for Notre Dame has helped East Catholic kind of stay in arm's length here.
Notre Dame's largest lead was 8 at 23-15. It's 29-26 now. Fowler with 8 points. Connor with 11. Gay with 8 for Notre Dame. Second half, fouls don't seem to be an issue. Second half, like you said, we didn't see any press. We didn't see any real gimmicky defenses. Just 2 teams kind of played straight up man-to-man with each other. There wasn't a lot of wrinkles offensively. Notre Dame, we saw the horn set that you talked about. Other than that, East Catholic didn't run. They ran a little high-low occasionally, but, neither team is showing much. We'll see if they open it up a little bit in the second half or if this is just going to be a straight, dogfight.
Yeah, knowing Coach Riley, we got to do what we do better. And Coach Shea's probably going to say, we got to ratchet it up. When the shot goes up, you got to fight harder. You got to be hungrier. We got to get those loose balls.
One of the best things in sports is when you can say to your kids, if we play our best, we'll take our chances. And I think both coaches are saying that to their kids. If we play our best, we'll take our chances. And that doesn't happen a lot because a lot of times, you can play your best and still not have a chance. But these are 2 teams that if they play their A game, think that they should win this game. And I think that is part of why you're seeing such a straight up, sort of not too intricate, but very elegant style of basketball.
Much more deliberate set here by East to start the second half. They already tried for 2 back doors. They weren't there.
Jones, but he steals it back. Driving to the basket. Jones finds Fowler. He puts it on the floor. Pump fakes, hooks, no good. Elliott underneath with a 2, and that draws East to within 1.
Very deliberate offensive possession.
Off the back iron, rebound Jones. Jones wants to push. Drive to the basket, hanging. Riley got there, and they're gonna get Connor on the foul, and that's just a little bit of that late hang. You saw Riley take it as far out wide as he could to stave off Mackay Connor, and it wasn't until right there that we see the foul.
Yeah, and you saw both possessions by East to start this half, very deliberate and got to the paint, got 2 feet in the paint and made something happen.
So 2 things. One is I absolutely love how Luke Riley shoots free throws. There's no routine. He catches it, spins it, and shoots it. There's no routine, and then he doesn't bother to hit the rim either. So that's, by the way, that's an example of a guy who shot 85,000 free throws in his life.
Well, they say mastery is 10,000 hours. He probably put in at least half that.
Malcolm Gladwell, straight away, 3, no good. First lead of the game, by the way, for East Catholic, 1 point. Let's see how Notre Dame handles adversity. Open look, 3, got it! Sampson Riley with another opportunity at a 4-point play.
Well, Coach Shea, great driving spray here. Coach Shea couldn't be less pleased with how they came out in the second half. 2 quick shots, and then fouling a jump shooter, a cardinal sin of man-to-man defense.
How about a nice 8-0 run to start the half?
Notre Dame's got to get back to running something, getting Mackay going downhill.
Well, you said in the freshly squeezed juice that East Catholic had to be deliberate in how they played, you know, and that's what we're seeing here. There's that 3, and of course, the 3s don't go down for Notre Dame. This lead, we could see expanding. Riley drives, pull up, 10-footer, short. Oh, nice spin by Mackay Connor. He's going to go the other way now for Notre Dame. Open look, wing 3, back iron, no good from Gay. Up ahead now, Riley to Riley. Oh, nice look underneath. Fowler can't finish, though. He was disrupted by Tajay Jones.
Tough bounce there. Good decision. Just threw it a little too far. But the last possession, Mackay made the perfect pass. I mean, any college coach watching, that's what I want my point guard to do. Drive, spray. It's just hard to hit these 3s.
Oh, look at the backdoor cut. Jones finds Riley underneath with the left, and the biggest lead of the game for East Catholic. They went from having 1 lead now to having a 7-point lead, and that's just pretty basketball.
Yeah, I think it's apparent from what we've seen here in the second half that Coach Riley emphasized getting the ball to the basket, being deliberate, being patient on offense. You saw a lot of impatient shots from East in the first half. They have been very patient. The 3 that they took was a nice inside-out 3, and they have the lead.
10-0 run coming out of the half. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better than that if you are Luke Riley. And it's been done with the inside-outside. You know, I think that all sports have links to one another, right? So why do you run the football? You run the football to soften up a defense and open up the passing lane. Why do you continue to work inside even when it's not there? To show that you'll do it. Get the defense to sag a little bit, and then those kick-out 3s are from the appropriate distance and not from the NBA distance. And you look at Sampson Riley, in 3 possessions, backdoor cut, drive, kick, and another kick. George, what do you got?
Yeah, listening to Coach Shea's timeout just a moment ago, he stressed a lot that there's a side-to-side movement. What they're going to have to do now coming out of this timeout is attack and then dish the ball out. And I'm going to send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, George. Yeah, they need to move the ball around. Their energy here to start the second half has been a little bit lackluster. They need to get a good look here. And instead, they turn it over. Kick up top. Straightaway 3. Back iron, no good. Look at Jones elevate for the rebound. And, oh, way up top, but Riley comes down with it. And that's off of Elliott. And so Notre Dame gets a turnover, and they'll have it coming the other way.
Little heat check from Sampson there with the deep straight-on 3. I don't know if Dad has the green light for him, but he thought he did.
Ayo Aminu into the ball game for Notre Dame. So the 6'3" senior. Also into the ball game, Matt Picota, 6'1" senior. Nice cut. Trapped under the basket though, and there's a steal from Luke Riley. to Samson Riley. Now underneath to Fowler, straight up and over the top of Ayo Aminu for 2. And a charge, offensive foul here with an illegal screen on the outside is Notre Dame. And so, I mean, crazy to say this, but East Catholic has held Notre Dame scoreless here 4 minutes halfway through the period.
Notre Dame out of sorts. They need to get it back to Connor and let Mackay do his thing. Try to get him going downhill north and south like George inferred. A lot of east-west movement is what Coach Shea was seeing, trying to get them to go more north-south to the basket. Got to get the ball in Connor's hand. And here we go with the deliberate use of the clock.
Jones, stutter steps, denied at the rim by Jones. That's a little Jones on Jones blockage. Numbers 3-on-1. Lob. Jones can't finish twice, 3 times. Missed opportunity, but a steal. And the finish from Luke Riley.
East Catholic's transition defense is just tremendous. It looked like Notre Dame had a odd man rush and they were back and stole it, and then they had their own fast break coming the other way.
And there's a steal. Fowler up ahead. Riley. The layup is good, and everything is flying right now. Timeout, Notre Dame.
Long arms in the passing lane. It's nice to have that 6'7" length to steal those perimeter passes and turns into an easy bucket.
30-second timeout, Notre Dame. Right now, they're just trying to do anything. 16-0 in this second half. I mean, if you had told me that you could go on a 16-0 run against Notre Dame, I wouldn't have thought it was, I would have thought you needed the Celtics. You know what I mean? Like, that's, you know, as talented as a team as they are, 16-0 is almost, I mean, you know, it's hard to do that no matter how good you are. I mean, the Celtics might not be able to hold them to a 16-0 run. I mean, that just takes a lot of shots going in on one end, mistakes on the other end, missed shots, and, you know, down 13. This is the first adversity Notre Dame has faced this season to a team that they desperately want to prove that they belong on the floor with. You know, let's see how they respond. A lot of basketball left, but let's see how they respond on this possession. And I gotta think that it has to start with a good look under the basket. And if Mackay Connor touches it, that's probably the best thing too. Stutter step by Connor. Looking for Jones in the paint. Dumps down, spins, hangs, can't get it. Luke Riley pushes up ahead. Riley gives it back up top to Samson Riley. Elliott. Much more deliberate. There's a drive. Uncontested layup by Samson Riley. He has taken over in the second half. That's 12 second half points for Samson Riley. And Notre Dame without an answer right now. Connor, floater, no good. Fowler pulls it down. East wants to run. Fowler for 3, no good. That's not a shot that he's going to take too much. Baseline drive. And finally, into the box, Tamari Gay for the first 2 of the half.
It starts with the bad 3. That's like a turnover.
And Elliott loses it out of bounds. So here comes the, you know, it's almost like you can sense the run. You know, as a coach, you can, you know, why do you call a timeout here and not 30 seconds from now? Sometimes you can just feel it. Basket here by Notre Dame. They're going to turn up the pressure. That's where you have to, if you're East, just got to kind of keep your fingers on the pulse. three, short. Jones closes it out. Up ahead, running the floor, Fowler. And Notre Dame's gonna make it sloppy here. It goes up ahead, Mekhi Connor. No good, he'll be fouled by Jones and he'll go to the line to shoot two.
Once again, Casey, we see these long threes almost turning into fast break opportunities every single time. East a little unfortunate. They weren't able to get the handle on that loose ball, and Mekhi was able to get ahead of the pack and pick up the foul.
So two for Mekhi Connor. And that is something that right now Notre Dame cannot afford. They need every point they can get. Yayo Rodriguez checking into the ball game, and Elliott will get a breather for East Catholic. Second one is up, and you can't go 0 for 2. Down 13. Just can't have it. I know he wants those back. Riley has to pick his dribble up as he went to the floor. Knocked out of bounds. He'll stay with East Catholic as Tajay Jones.
Sampson's played a really good second half, really good third quarter. He's been the best player on the floor this third quarter.
Fowler kicks to Riley. Rodriguez, they'll hold for what looks to be the last shot as we're under 10 seconds. Double team, and there's a step in by Connor. And as a buzzer sounds at the end of the third period, a steal by Mekhi Connor gets Notre Dame to within 11. We're at the end of 3. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
At the Connecticut Capitals Baseball Academy, we provide a fun experience for all serious baseball players of all ages through playing competitive summer baseball at a high level, by teaching young men how to play the game the right way with a professional approach. Come join the Capital family where we strive for unmatched professionalism, high character building, and a customer-driven experience in a team environment. With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeured transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com.
Not what East Catholic wanted to end the half.
No, you want the last shot. If anything, just hold it, get a jump ball situation. Do not throw the cross-court pass and give Notre Dame a free 2 points when you totally dominated that third quarter. You want to take away any thought that they have of coming back, and now there is some life for the Green Knights.
Last 4 points of the quarter scored by Notre Dame after the first 18 were scored by East Catholic. 12 of those coming from Samson Riley. So Notre Dame back to, hovering. They'll have the basketball here, and there's no such thing as a must make, but quality possessions, very important here to start this fourth quarter.
Yeah, I would like to see a little bit more deliberate possession, get into the paint, try to get a piece of the paint here before you get a shot up.
Kick out three, good. Tamari Gay hits a big three. Here comes pressure. Jones spins, hangs. Oh, JJ. Mekhi can fly. Hangs in the air for 2. Notre Dame starting to get to the basket.
How much better are they when he is getting into the paint? First, gets into the paint, sprays it out for the three-pointer, and then goes to distance for the layup.
Jones down low. Fowler blocked from behind by Gay. Up ahead. Connor for 3. No good. Look at the weak side rebound. Put back. No good, but Jones will shoot 2. And life in the Green Knights, chance to cut it to 6.
Yeah, both these teams have a lot of pride, so there's going to be no quit. And Tajay was Johnny on the spot there. Probably an ill-advised 3. I know the confidence is high with Mackay, but he's been getting to the rack whenever he wants to.
That's another missed free throw. Jaden Jackson back into the ball game for Notre Dame. Landon Krieger will have a seat.
It's tough. It's tough as a coach in this day and age to give kids freedom to shoot that shot, because you're going to have to make that shot at the next level. But also knowing that, you know, right now your strength is getting to the basket.
Riley does such a nice job breaking the pressure. Jones underneath, Fowler hangs. What a move at the basket by Preston Fowler, the sophomore. 6-7, hang time. Three is short. Oh, look at the rebound, pump fake. Foul, basket is good. Jaden Jackson will get the bonus, and that's just all work from the senior.
Yeah, the hunger right now with Notre Dame, they're down. They know that they need to get second, third, fourth opportunities. East maybe standing a little bit flat-footed, knowing that they have this lead. And Notre Dame creeping right back in.
Chance to cut it to 6, and you see Rob Elliott checking back in the ball game. When Yayo Rodriguez is in the game, they get a little smaller. They're not necessarily from the height, but Elliott is a wider body. He's a banger, and you can see it's a response. Notre Dame crashing the boards. And they want the ball in Samson Elliott, in Riley's hands. When they put pressure on, this kid knows what to do with the basketball. He's got a handle and a great decision making.
East will be in no rush with the lead.
Riley will get a reach-in foul as he went to the floor.
That was a tough one.
We'll get the reach on Abdou Touré, the freshman. Well, that's because he's a freshman. Freshmen aren't supposed to get calls.
But the energy level from the Green Knights, excellent here to start this fourth. They're right back in this game. A lot of time left.
That's just the height of Jones over the top of Connor. Jones all the way to the basket, out of bounds. It's going to stay with East Catholic. Notre Dame saying that they were being held.
Yeah, the wing. Jones used the big wing to hold off Connor on that drive.
Pull up, Riley, no good. Look at Fowler. Oh, you know what? You're not playing like a sophomore, are you, son? There's no sophomores or freshmen in games like this. Immediate veterans. Long three, back iron, no good, not a good shot. Connor wanted to try to stem the tide, but 8-point. An offensive foul. Luke Riley with the little illegal screen. Fowler, 18 for East Catholic. He and Samson Riley have been leading the charge for the Eagles.
Yeah, Fowler has really been cleaning up the glass here. And a quiet 18, but
9 baskets around the basket.
Yeah, every time it seems that East is going to fold or give up the lead, he's there to get a putback.
Oh, beautifully done. Rebound, Jaden Jackson. Finds the cutting Tamari Gay off the miss. Lead hanging at 6. Oh, Riley just got that over the hands. Jones drives, hangs. A little disruption at the basket, but look at the work of Elliott. Zip pass, a step, a second late.
Yeah, it's the window's closed so fast. It must be what Zach Wilson sees when he's quarterbacking the Jets.
Well, we talked about, football, right? The themes of football. Well, there's one, right? A quarterback that throws to a window that's not there yet versus the guy that waits. If you wait till him to be open, he won't be when you get the ball. That pass needed to be delivered before he actually was open. Like that one right there, and Elliott finishes at the basket.
Once again, every time East is patient, deliberate, they get guys cut into the basket. Just an impressive second half so far from the Eagles.
Lead back to 8. Nice cut. And we're going to get a foul as Toure went to the basket. He'll shoot 2. The freshman, Abdou Toure, will have a couple of free throws for Notre Dame.
A little curl off that high screen. Good way to get guys going to the basket. Good design there by Coach Shea.
Abdou Toure to the line, shooting 2.
First one is back iron, and Notre Dame struggling in the second half with the free throws. I think that's the 5th miss I count.
Correct, Casey.
My mind is like a steel trap. A rusty steel trap. No one, that's 3 0-2. I mean, that's 3 0-2s. That's empty sets. You can't have those.
Yeah, that's a killer when you watch the film, but still a lot of time left. Plenty of time left. 8-point lead. You can get it back. Got to get a stop here.
Riley and Riley. Riley drives, Luke Riley. Hangs at the basket, no good. Elliott loses it to Gay. Gay's gonna push and kicks it out. Open look, long 3, no good. Weak side rebound, out of bounds it will go. Akeem Jackson had a chance at it, but he jumped a little early, and East Catholic will have it with an 8-point lead. 4 of 10 from the free throw line. That says it right there. If they make even 4 of those, right, it's a 4-point game instead of an 8-point.
East is going to look to use clock. Last time they were able to get to the basket, but that length of Notre Dame is preventing a lot of these layups that they would normally make and put the game away. But this is traditionally, if you're watching East Catholic for the first time, the 4 corners offense here that Coach Riley employs late in the game.
Uh-oh. Samson Riley took a little roll of the ankle there. He seems to be okay, but that move that he just made right there, unless you know what you were looking for, the subtlety to that, right? This very subtle change of speed and direction, the use of his body. He drew a foul where he had no business drawing a foul by simply just slowing up a little teeny bit and leaning his body.
Yeah, and this offense is an offense. The 4 corners that Coach Riley employs in the 4th quarter with the lead is something that they hold sacred, and they utilize all of those concepts. When you get to the basket, you need to either score or draw a foul.
And the other side of things, right, Riley not missing free throws, knocking them down, leads back 10 as we approach the 3-minute mark. Notre Dame's got to resist the urge to just jack up threes, too. They need a good set, good look. Dump down. Spin. That's a good move right there. He had the advantage of the size. Riley not able to stay with Jones. Jones backed him down and will shoot 2.
Yeah, I like this low post entry. You could cut guys off the top also when you enter it to the low post and have cutters coming from the backside or the top. So you got options when you get it into the block there.
That one's true from the junior Tajay Jones.
Not over yet. A lot of time. Obviously, East is going to try to milk the clock. You got to get them to drive the ball, and you got to create a miss.
The difficulty, as this is the second one, is that East has veteran ball handlers. They know how to spread the floor, and they're going to make their free throws. They're so tough from entry pass And there's a great look. Jones, pump fake, block from behind, but he'll shoot two. So they're not gonna, I mean, if you keep giving them the back door by overplaying, they're gonna take it.
Yeah, this time just almost had the clean block. Oh, that was close. And almost, Casey, the Notre Dame's best chance to come back now is to get East to drive it in and then block the shot or alter the shot.
It'll be interesting at what point. I think Jones.
Somebody opened
laughing.
the window.
He wants that one back. That one came off the hand funny. I think it'll be interesting to see if Coach Riley, when he takes the pedal off of that and stops looking for those cuts and says, you know what, even if you have that cut, let's keep the ball circulating.
Yeah, that's coming. Need a bucket here.
Great rebound by Jones. Pump fake, gets his man in the air and finishes.
He's gonna make somebody happy at the next level.
Yeah, he just does everything right. He's not flashy, but it's all there. Jones, Tajay Jones gets to the basket. He'll shoot two more.
Yeah, the last couple possessions, Tajay drawing fouls. Look, that's what you got to keep doing. There's still enough time. Get the clock to stop. Get baskets or get the clock to stop. And now on defense, you got to either create a turnover or get East to drive the ball quickly to the basket.
Into the game for Notre Dame, number 12, junior Howdy and number 20, Abdu Torre.
Notre Dame struggling from the line this half, 5 of 13. 6 of 14. If you don't get a turnover here, you got to get up, make them drive, try to get a block shot. But you got to get up and make them drive. Yep, here it is, and that's what you wanted.
Oh, and then you can't allow the tip in. You can't allow Riley to come on. You can't allow Elliott on the weak side to come in. 13-point lead. Drive to the basket, hangs, no good. Rebound from Jones and out of bounds. We should let you know that St. Bernard's is a Roman Catholic co-ed college prep school for grades 6 to 12 located in Uncasville. We welcome students of all faiths who value academic excellence, personal and spiritual growth, and a commitment to community. St. Bernard's ranks among the best private schools in Connecticut with a 98% college acceptance rate and a student-to-teacher ratio of 12 to 1. We offer over 40 clubs and activities and more than 20 sports programs. Visit stbernardschool.org to apply today or request a campus tour. Back-to-back baskets if that had gone down, but that 11-point lead under a minute remaining. We're going to get a reach in on the perimeter from Jaden Jackson, and this will be a good win for, East Catholic. They were wondering what they were. Notre Dame with that opening win over Brantford hadn't seen a team like this. Neither had East. This is a nice win. Again, a lot to go back to the drawing board if you're Jason Shea. That 3-point lead at the half and just a dreadful 18-0 run by East Catholic. If you're Notre Dame, that's gonna haunt him tonight.
Yeah, curious to see what our guy George gets out of Coach Riley at the post game in terms of what he said at halftime and what he thought really went well in this second half. As for Notre Dame, they'll regroup. This is just a bump in the road for them. I mean, in the first half, Casey, Notre Dame looked clearly like the better team. I thought they, both teams, I thought shot too many threes, but I thought they were the aggressor. I thought they were better on defense. East didn't have a lot of clean looks anywhere inside the three-point line. But something happened at halftime. I mean, that's just the story of this game. When East Catholic came out in the second half, they were a totally different team. And it started with those first 2 possessions by each team. East got into the paint and scored baskets, and Notre Dame took quick shots and missed them both.
Under 20 seconds remaining. Nice look underneath. Jones, he's fouled, and I'll take the opportunity to tell you one more time about St. Bernard's. They're going to be here in Game 2 against Daniel Hand, rematch of last year's semifinal in Division 3. And if you want to know about St. Bernard's, they're a Roman Catholic co-ed college prep school, grades 6 to 12, located in Uncasville. They welcome students of all faiths who value academic excellence, personal and spiritual growth, and a commitment to community. St. Bernard's ranks among the best private schools in Connecticut, a 98% college acceptance rate, and a student-to-teacher ratio of 12 to 1, 40 clubs and activities, 20 sports programs. Visit stbernardschool.org. You can apply there, or you can request a campus tour.
Sign me up.
The little school on the hill. Beautiful facility. Don Macrino is my guy. Beautiful place. As we tick down under 10 seconds, East Catholic is going to go stay undefeated. Notre Dame, first loss, 62-50. Samson Riley, 24 points. Preston Fowler, 18. Those are your 2 leading scorers for East Catholic. Jones and Gay, your 2 leading scorers for Notre Dame, but it wasn't enough, 62-50 on top. So, of course, you're going to have our interview with the winning coach, Luke Riley. He was not interviewed at halftime because they were down 3. We're going to find out about that great run they put on. And then tonight's player of the game is going to be brought to you by Ambassador Limo. With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeur transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com. Our own George Hathaway is going to be with our Ambassador Limousine Player of the Game, Junior Samson Riley. Take it away, George.
Thank you, guys. Here I am with Ambassador Limo Player of the Game, Samson Riley. Samson, you had 21 points, and 12 of those coming in the third quarter. So you had a big run in that third quarter. Can you take me through that process of what it was kind of going like in your head to kind of bring your team back?
We were just really taking what the defense were giving me. I made a few shots early, so they started denying me. Got a few open looks. I mean, we played to our strengths. We run our stuff. And the guys kept getting me the ball, so thanks to all the guys for getting me the ball.
Yeah, shout out to the rest of your teammates. I mean, they did a lot of work, too, to help you guys out, get this big win today, keep you guys undefeated. But this is a very tough matchup against Notre Dame. And did you see that physicality early on, this early in the season?
Yeah, I mean, they're a very good team, and they were hungry because we beat them by 1 point last year. So they were really ready to go, and we prepared the right way and came out strong and walked away with the win.
So what did Coach say in the halftime locker room? I mean, you guys were down 3, then able to get up as many as 16 in that third quarter.
I mean, we just did what we do, if that makes sense. But we just came out, played our game, and dictated the game, and that's how we came away with the win.
Awesome. There you have it. Samson Riley, player of the game today. Thank you so much, Samson.
Well, next up, we're going to have the head coach, Luke Riley of the East Catholic Eagles. They just won for the 5th time here on Mohegan Sun, tying Waterford. Most wins by any school in the state. George, Coach Riley, let's see his thoughts on a big second half from the Eagles.
Coach, it seems like you had a Vince Lombardi-type speech at halftime in that locker room. Take me through what you were telling your guys to help you get that big jump in that third quarter.
You know, we have a lot of veteran guys back there that are, they love the game, they love each other, and they do a lot of the talking at halftime, and we knew we had to make some adjustments, and they were able to do that, and we got a little momentum. And when you have a senior-led team like that, they do a lot of the talking. So I was really proud of the way they responded. It's great to be here in this venue. It's a world-class venue. It's every high school guy's dream to be here. So we cherish the opportunity, and thankful we got out here with a win.
That's what you'd like to hear from the head coach, Luke Riley here, that There's a lot of player development that you saw in that locker room, guys kind of talking things over. Would you say that is your team identity?
Yeah, one of them. You know, we try to hang our hat on a lot of things, but you know, we'll say often that this is a player-led program, and you know, we're all in this together. So we hold each other accountable, and nobody's going to be overly sensitive to people's feedback, and we're going to get it and learn, and you know, that's what great teams do, and we're aspiring to be a great team this season.
Tough matchup early on into this season, second game in. I mean, a tough schedule kind of going forward, but this only is going to build character for a lot of your guys. So how do you go moving forward after a big win like this today?
You know, you got to make it work for you. We played in this game last year, and depending on the outcome, it's like you got to make it work for you. So now, hey, we got a big game under our belt, and we were happy with the way we performed. And, you know, we'll look at the film, and I'm sure there's a lot of things we can clean up, especially this early in the season. So I know the guys will be up for it. I was really happy with the way everybody responded tonight, as I mentioned before. So, hey, we're going to get better. We got some real film against a very, very talented team, and there's a lot of takeaways in there, I'm sure.
I really like your tie, Coach. Kind of matching me a little bit here. Paisley. Well, that's Coach Riley there for you. As East Catholic got a big win today over at Notre Dame. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, George. Yeah, Coach, you know, said it, you know, his team, their identity. And I actually understood what Samson, you were nodding your head. You knew what he meant when do what you do. Talk a little bit about what you think he meant and what Coach meant.
Yeah, it's in the preparation. I mean, Coach Riley's teams and Coach Shea's teams, they're prepared ahead of the game. It's not like all of a sudden we're going to, at halftime, try to do something different that we've never done before. The preparation is embedded in this program year in, year out. And like we addressed, Casey, it started with being more deliberate, passing the ball, movement, off the ball, creating opportunities for easier shots and not just settling for that first quick open three. They did that. Notre Dame took some quick shots that played into their hand. They were able to get out in transition, get the ball underneath, and got themselves a comfortable lead, and that was one of the keys to the game. Notre Dame had to stay in arm's length, and once East got that lead, they were able to dictate the tempo of the game.
Take a look at your freshly squeezed juice for East Catholic and go through them and give them a grade on your three keys.
Travel at the speed limit, I would say first half, C, second half, A+. Can't teach height, well, that definitely came into play for both teams. So both teams, I think, used their length to alter shots around the rim, and East got a lot of second chance opportunities with their length. So definitely an A there. And no ordinary Jones, man, he was as advertised, right? Smooth operator out there. Now, I've heard you use the adjective silky for some players. I mean, man, he was smooth out there. Just didn't force anything. Took a couple threes early in the game that maybe he settled for, but really a facilitator out there. And how about the coach's son? You know, he had been waiting to have this opportunity to play a full game on this court, had the broken foot last year, a minute and a half into his play, and he took advantage of every opportunity he had on this Mohegan Sun floor tonight.
Well, a big win for the East Catholic team, staying the premier program in the state of Connecticut. Notre Dame back to the drawing board, but don't be surprised if we see these teams again later on this season here at Mohegan Sun. Tip-off 6 o'clock. Come on back for Game 2, the St. Bernard Saints and the Daniel Hand Tigers, rematch of last year's Division III semifinal game that Daniel Hand won. A lot of super sophomores on the floor tonight for both schools, but it's going to be some seniors looking to lead the way for the Saints and the Tigers. You're watching Game Day live at the Holiday Classic on theday.com.
is a presentation of the day.
The rematch. For Daniel Hand and its super sophomore Chase Jeremiah, it provides an opportunity to send a message that last year's state championship was just a taste of what's to come, and the Tigers are for real and looking to repeat. For St. Bernard, it's a chance to avenge last year's semifinal loss and alert the state that they are determined to be champions. 4 returning starters and some key additions have the Saints confident and eager to prove themselves. Both think they are poised for big things, but only one can win the rematch. 2 teams with big aspirations settle the score at the Day Holiday Classic at the Mohegan Sun, live on game day.
Game 2, rematch 2. State champion Daniel Hand and the St. Bernard Saints ready to tip it off here at Mohegan Sun in Game 2 of the Day Holiday Classic, and all the action is live on game day. Game Day is brought to you by Ambassador Limo. With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeur transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or just a reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com. Casey O'Neill along with the coach, Chris Giusti, and as great as the first game was, I'm very excited about this one because I think these 2 teams are really made to play competitive games against each other. The semifinal last year was brilliant, and this is the chance for a lot of super sophomores to make their names even more known around the state.
And once again, maybe a preview of a future state tournament game, maybe a state tournament final. Maybe these 2 teams will meet again on this floor, but a lot of hype around the St. Bernard Saints this season. Obviously, Mark Jones has completely built this program back to prominence in our area here in Eastern Connecticut, but don't sleep on the Daniel Hand Tigers. A couple of years ago, they were a skid mark on many teams' path to a successful season, but Coach Jimmy Eco has built a successful program of his own. So both tremendous coaches who have built programs up in their communities. These kids that are on the floor love playing basketball, and we're going to see that tonight.
Well, another thing we're going to see tonight is our own George Hathaway. He's got it on the sideline. George, what do you got?
Thank you, guys. The atmosphere is very hyped leading up to this matchup between the Tigers and the Saints. And being able to talk to both coaches before the game, they both agreed that this is going to be a very exciting game. And for St. Bernard's, they have a lot more to prove after losing last year into the semifinals to Daniel Hand. So they're going to come out firing, and they're going to come out very excited. Back to you, Casey.
Thank you, George. You know, Coach, we talked about the super sophomores, and Chase Jeremiah last year, not only did Daniel Hand make a run to the state championship, they did so by knocking out all ECC teams. They were the ECC killers last year, and we got a chance here on game day to watch Jeremiah emerge. You know, you don't see a freshman point guard lead a team to a state championship. If you do, they're usually poised for greatness in their careers. Jeremiah did that. He loses his brother to prep school, welcomes in another great freshman in Elijah Avery Turner, but this team is now solidly Chase Jeremiah's team, and he's an exciting sophomore.
Yeah, he reminds me a lot of a player that experienced a lot of success in our league, Chris Lowry. He's a little bit bigger and stronger and maybe has come into his own a little faster, but he makes everybody on his team better, but he also can score the ball. He can shoot it from the outside. He can drive to the basket. I mean, he does everything, and we're going to see that tonight. St. Bernard's is going to have to make sure that he doesn't get going.
Well, St. Bernard's has their own set of super sophomores. Amir Gray and Amari Marshall came into their own last year. This is very much Amir Gray's team with the ball in his hands, but it's the seniors, Cedric Similian, Tyson Wheeler, and incoming Ryan Outlaw, that are going to make this team go. And I know you had a strategy against East Lyme and their sharpshooting three-point guy. The same one applies here, which is any open look Tyson gets, someone should have their defensive card revoked.
100%, you know, and talking to Mark Jones earlier this week, you know, the fact that Cedric and Tyson stayed 4 years to see this through, that means a lot. And they play with a lot of pride for this red and silver team, the Saints of St. Bernard's. And you're going to see that tonight, that these guys care about each other and they want to play for each other.
All right, let's send it to our PA announcer, Bill Glennie.
Unbeaten sides playing a rematch of last year's Division III semifinal as the Saints of St. Bernard's take on the Daniel Hand Tigers. Your officials tonight, Mr. A.J. Janelli, Mr. Rob Bono, and Mr. Merrick Drabinski. At this time, we'd like to direct your attention to the Jumbotron as the day and game day introduce tonight's players.
Tyler Maynard, the Jeffrey Elementary.
Aiden Doyle, Jeffrey Elementary School. Chase Jeremiah, the Island Ave.
Jacob Rockler, the Island Avenue.
Tajir Anuzi, the Ryerson Elementary School.
Nick Paola, Beach Road Elementary School.
Kyle Hoffman, Jeffrey Elementary.
Orion Bruckner, the Island Ave.
David Howe, Ryerson Elementary.
Elijah Avery Turner, the Island Elementary. Andrew Anabalgo, Redwood School, West Orange, New Jersey.
Chase Docker, Jeffrey Elementary.
Sam Markowitz, Jeffrey Elementary.
Jack Tompkins, Jeffrey Elementary.
Cedric Similian, the Trench City School. Shem Adams, Family Elementary.
Tigrusian, the St. James School.
Amir Gray, Gallup Elementary.
Colin O'Leary, S.B. Butler Elementary.
Justin Allo, Where's the Funk Elementary.
Tyson Wheeler, A.A. Ron Elementary.
Alex Johnson, Wyndham Tech Elementary.
Jack Philstein, RMS Elementary.
Ryan Olo, AFRO Academy. Zane Baton, Shamit Central School.
Anthony DeMarco, the St. James School.
Amari Marshall, RMS Elementary.
Jacob Widener, DHW Elementary School.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet your starting lineups. Playing out of the ECC, St. Bernard's has started the season with wins over Norwich Free Academy and Prince Tech. They will be home on Thursday hosting Fitch. They are led by Coach Mark Jones, wearing their traditional red jerseys with white lettering. Saints fans, put your hands together. Let's meet your starting five. Starting at guard, a 6-foot senior, number 1, Cedric Similian. Starting at guard, a 5'9" sophomore, number 4, Amir Gray. Starting at guard, a 5'8" senior, number 12, Tyson Wheeler. Starting at center, a 6'3" senior, number 15, Ryan Outlow. And starting at forward, a 6'6" sophomore, number 24, Amari Marshall. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the Daniel Hand Tigers. Members of the SEC, wins over Fairfield Prep and Morgan have the Tigers at 2-0. It's a short rest. They host Shelton tomorrow night. Led by head coach Jimmy Economopoulos. They're wearing their classic white with black and gold lettering. Tiger fans, let's hear you roar. Here's your starting five. Starting at guard, a 6'2" sophomore, number 2, Chase Jeremiah. Starting at guard, a 6'1" senior, number 3, Jacob Rockler. Starting at guard, a 6'2" junior, number 11, Kyle Hoffman. Starting at forward, a 6'3" senior, number 13, David Howe. And starting at guard, a 6'3" freshman, number 14, Elijah Avery Turner. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we would ask that you please rise and remove your hats as we honor America with the singing of our national anthem. Tonight's anthem is being performed by Ariana Simo, a sophomore at Daniel Hand High School.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Ariana Simo of Daniel Hand High School.
Go for some fresh squeezed juice. The keys to the game are brought to you by the Holy Club, the premier indoor golf facility and lounge in southeastern Connecticut. They're located at 161 Water Street in downtown Norwich. Juice, squeeze it for us.
For Daniel Hand, Chase, what matters? Lots of new faces, but the all-everything point guard is back. Get him the ball and let him orchestrate the offense. Tempo control. Keep it a half-court game. Don't let St. Bees get out and run. Smart offense, get back on defense. And if you first don't succeed, crash the offensive glass and get second chance opportunities. For St. Bernard's, sharing is caring. Push the ball up court, move the ball, find the open man. Junkyard, St. Bernard. Got to be physical in the paint and secure rebounds. Don't leak out early. 5 on the defensive glass. And don't be wasteful. You don't want any of your top 5 to be in foul trouble. No cheap fouls.
We are ready to tip it off. Amari Marshall for the Saints in the red and David Howe in the white for Daniel Hand. AJ Ganelli will throw it up. Officials Ganelli, Bono, and Drabinski. And there's our first look at Chase Jeremiah. And I have a funny Jeremiah story for you in a moment as he dumps in the high post to Howe.
Casey St. Bernard's in man-to-man defense. They'll play that a lot.
Wheeler gets the assignment on Jeremiah. They jump him, nice look down to Howe. Made a mistake putting it on the floor, but he's gonna get a foul and Outlaw will get him, so Howe will go and shoot 2. Great look as they jump Jeremiah up high. I think if Howe didn't put it to the floor, he has an easy layup.
Yeah, that was a classic show and stay on the screen. Ryan Outlaw shows up high, so Jeremiah can't turn the corner. A little late getting back, committed the foul.
So back in 5th or 6th grade, I'm coaching travel in Colchester, and we go to this tournament, and the A team, Madison Black, which was like their super elite A team, is playing the game before us. And I see then, of course you walk in 5th and 6th grade and you look for size. And there's this one big tall kid and he jumps, right? Wins the jump. The guy gives it immediately back to him. He runs the point, posts up, and I went, who the heck is this kid? He's knocking down threes. It was Chase Jeremiah.
Daniel Hand also in man-to-man.
Open look for Semillian, long three, back iron, no good. Marshall, though, with the rebound. And a nice spin move with the right hand. And I think if St. Bernard, I think Amari Marshall's a huge key for St. Bernard's. When he is active, they are a much different team to play against. Freshman on sophomore there. There's a three, back iron, no good. And Howe tips it out of bounds. It'll be Saints ball.
Once again, we're seeing a lot of what we saw in that first game, Casey. The three-point shot is tantalizing. That college three-point line, it looks like you're wide open, but that shot is much further away. It's hard to get that depth perception.
Amir Gray, nice defense. Jeremiah on Semillian.
Daniel Hand not shying away from coming out and playing man-to-man, far out on the perimeter.
Wheeler pulls up, 12-footer, no good. Strong rebound by Rockler. He loses it and gets it back. The Saints will pressure early and often in the backcourt. Jeremiah with numbers, drives. That ball's loose, off to the races. Semillian, reverse, no good, no foul. And Gray will be knocked out of bounds, and I think Semillian is a victim of just being a little bit out of control.
Yeah, I thought he had an open layup, good recovery. Coach Eco at the beginning of the game says, we got to get back on D, and we'll have a good chance.
Now, I know it's a no-no to bring your cell phone on the bench with you as a player or a coach. But if anybody has a reason to have their cell phone with them tonight, it's Coach Economopoulos. And why is that?
His wife is due today with their second baby girl, but right now she's hanging tight and hopefully watching the game on theday.com. But what a Saint.
That's an MVP moment right there. Honey, I'll stay out of labor through the class. There's the name, by the way. Little classic Economopoulos. There's the name, I'm telling you. Semillian knocks it down in the lane. Oh, good look, Jeremiah. And Howe can't get that one to go over Outlaw.
Great look.
Marshall, you can pressure him on the perimeter. He's learning out there, starting to drift away a little bit, but there's where he's more comfortable, down in the paint. Swing. Semillian drives, hangs. Oh, the scintillating one for two.
Love the decision-making by Cedric. The last two possessions, passed up the open three, got into the lane. Much easier to score.
Good look. The freshman deferred. I'd like to see him go all the way to the hoop with that. Here goes Jeremiah, hangs in the air. Can't get it to go. Marshall, but stripped. And Wheeler comes out of it. The Saints look to run. They have numbers. Marshall blocked by Jeremiah. He is not used to that. And they're going to get a backcourt on Elijah Avery Turner.
Yeah, he's still learning. Amari's still learning. You know, there's hard pump fake. Go right by that guy.
He's adjusting with Outlaw in the lineup. He's adjusting to playing on the perimeter a little bit more, and he's still learning because you can, he's getting pressured and he's getting looks. And like you said, I'd like to go by him.
And he will. By the time we see him in March, he will.
Semillian pulls up short. Gray though hustling. Saints relentless. And Outlaw ends up with it. Baseline pulls it up. And can't get it to go, but Marshall with a tip in and an early timeout. Hand will take the timeout, down 6. And the Saints' pressure clearly bothering them in the early going.
Yeah, obviously the tenacity for the second chance opportunities and the loose balls has been going St. Bernard's way right now. And if that doesn't get corrected, this could get ugly quick because the key to Daniel Hand staying around is limiting St. Bernard's to one shot. If you're going to give them second, third, fourth opportunities or turnover opportunities, it's going to become a track meet.
There are so many ways for the Saints to score. They have great three-point shooting in Gray and Wheeler. Gray can get to the basket, Outlaw underneath. But when Semillion and Marshall get cleanup points, it's disheartening. You know, you try to keep them off the glass, but they are relentless. Most times you play a team, there's a guy or two that you don't really have to worry about. That's not the case. Every single one of these Saints can score.
And so strong. I mean, look at Cedric. He looks like a middle linebacker.
Stripped by Gray, but Marshall loses it back. And a travel. Now, 2 turnovers by the freshman. And if I could have picked one kid who might take a minute to settle in, it's a lot to ask. You've played 2 games in your high school career, and now you're at Mohegan Sun. So Elijah Avery Turner is going to be a good player, but right now, I think there's just a little bit of the bright light's got to settle.
Yeah, and Coach Jones has told his team that for sure.
Marshall a little out of control, but it ends up in Outlaw's hands. Outlaw bullies his way to the basket and scores. And there's a dimension, though, that they did not have last year. Ryan Outlaw is a big body and can score around the basket, and he will play bully ball.
Yeah, when he gets that little move where he could get a couple dribbles, power dribble, and land on 2, that's when he's at his best.
Jeremiah. Spin, kicks out, baseline jumper, Howe, no good, rebound, Outlaw. Gray in the other direction now for the Saints. Semillion, that's a little out of control, no good, good defense. And Jeremiah looking up for the Tigers. Throws it up, looking for a call, and he's not gonna get one, and he landed hard, but it'll stay here. And our first sub of the game, Nick Paolella, comes in. Now, I want to give a very special shout out to a guy who was the best Saints basketball player, hands down. No offense, Mike Bassetto, wherever you are out there, or Will Flowers. The best player ever, the Harold Presley, is watching us right now from California. Harold, I was watching you when I was a kid at New London High School. When you came in and brought that Saints team, I'm glad to have you on the broadcast. Can't wait to hear what you think about this group of Saints out to the early lead. Wheeler for 3, no good. Outlaw with the rebound, tough to keep them off the glass.
That's been the difference so far.
Semillion for 3, no good. Paolella chases down the rebound. Touchdown up ahead, Jeremiah throws, pump fake. And The Rock says a basket in the paint, Jacob Rockler.
Yeah, Daniel Hand's got to find that secondary scorer. Who's going to emerge and get some points? We know Jeremiah can score, but you know Coach Jones is going to try to take him away, make him give up the ball. So who on Daniel Hand is going to get the points?
Wheeler, kick out, Semillion drives. A little bit out of control, but look at Marshall, cleaning it up underneath. No answer for Amari Marshall.
Definitely more assertive player on the glass than we saw the other night against NFA.
Spin, hang, drive, no good, gets his own rebound. Does freshman Elijah Avery Turner. Oh, good reach by Gray. Saints turning up the pressure. Jeremiah, NBA 3, straightaway back iron, no good. And that'll be up and over Saints ball with an 8-point lead.
Yeah, the movement of the Saints in the paint around the basket when the ball goes up is giving Daniel Hand problems. They can't check out on defense, and they're having a hard time getting any semblance of a second chance opportunity. That was a key to the game, and St. Bernard's right now has been excellent on the glass.
0 for 6 in 3-point attempts, the two teams between them. Uncharacteristic. Marshall spins, hangs. Tipped out to Gray. And Outlaw loses it. It's loose on the floor. Outlaw gets it. And it ends up in Gray's hands. Baseline, hang, no fear. Amir to the basket for 2.
Once again, scrapping, getting on the floor. How many times has Gray been on the floor already today? They're just out-hustling the Tigers right now.
I will tell you, there is no team that wants to win by 30 in this game. I mean, the Saints have been circling this matchup since when it was announced. They want desperately to avenge that loss last year. This is a team that really believes, and we'll talk a little bit about their early season schedule. They already played Prince Tech. They got them this tonight. They've got Ridgefield. They've got Northwest Catholic. They've got Immaculate. They have got an incredible schedule. And that's because Coach Mark Jones wants to win a state championship, and this is the way to do it. Jeremiah and Paolela traveling in the paint.
Just really sound man-to-man defensive principles here. You see Outlaw jump out on the high ball screen, and it's critical that the help side defense, in this case it was Amari Marshall, get over to cover on the pick and roll. He was there, forced to travel.
Wheeler at the buzzer for three, just short. We're at the end of one. 14-4, your Saints are on the lead. Second quarter action. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
The Holy Club, the premier indoor golf facility and lounge in southeastern Connecticut. Featuring Foresight Sports Simulator technology, you can test your game on the greatest courses in the world. Want to improve your swing? Schedule a lesson with their on-site PGA Pro. Want to host an event? The lounge offers the perfect setting to watch all the big games. Gift cards are available and make the perfect stocking stuffer for this holiday season. Don't wait. Stop by the Holy Club, 161 Water Street in downtown Norwich. With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeured transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com.
A 10-point Saint lead here in the early part of the ball game, as we are about to start the second quarter. And one more to go tonight, 8 o'clock tip. The NFA Wildcats, who have impressed me. I've seen them this year twice. They've impressed me against my alma mater, the New London Whalers, who have also impressed me. George, what do you got?
Listening into the Daniel Hand huddle right before they stepped out onto the court, Coach was just saying that St. Bernard's is out hustling them on the court. They're diving for those loose balls, but it's that extra effort that has, Daniel Hand down right now. So they're going to have to be attacking more and playing more physical, and as well as diving for those 50-50 balls. Back to you guys.
Thank you, George. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to get outplayed, but to get outworked and out-hustled is not something that a coach tolerates well. Gonna get a foul on Wheeler with a hold.
Yeah, well, once again, similar to what we saw in the first game, the Tigers got to establish a good set here and get a good shot off. Don't force a wild three or an early three. Run some stuff, get a good shot.
I think you got to use the Saints' pressure against them. Look for some cuts. Can't get the friendly rebound. Instead, we're going to get a foul on the perimeter. In the first game, if you watch the first half or a quarter and a half, you were saying, is East Catholic that good? I mean, they're so vanilla, But it's that same vanilla, when done correctly, that you saw go on an 18-0 run to start the quarter, which is they're just fundamentally sound. They're deliberate, right? Similarly, Hand has to use the Saints' aggression and their desire to play things to their advantage. Good look inside and over the top. Nick Paolela for two.
Right on cue, Casey. Took advantage of a mismatch inside.
Wheeler, step back three, no good. Strong rebound and kick out by Paolela. Pushing it is Markovitz. Wheeler doing a good job on Jeremiah. Drive. Little weave action here by Hand. Weak side, Gray knocks it out of Markovitz's hands.
So St. Bernard's is switching on guard screens. So right there, Gray was on Jeremiah. They set a little flare screen, and Wheeler picked it up. Tigers couldn't get anything going there.
So two sophomores on the floor, but it's really what we talked about. Semillian and Wheeler, the two seniors that are the anchors of this team. It could be, stars in their own right. Blocked by Marshall.
He cleaned up the mistake made there by O'Leary. When you have a guy who can clean up your mistakes, that's what makes a great team.
Jeremiah, open, quick trigger three, no good. O'Leary with the rebound, gives it up to Gray. And a foul on the perimeter. Jeremiah reaching in, and Amir Gray draws the foul.
Last couple possessions, the Tigers have gotten some good looks. They didn't fall all the time, but they're starting to get some better looks. Got to keep attacking, keep running their stuff.
Gray looking for a screen. Drives. Nice look to Similian, but a hand by Paolella knocks it out of bounds. It'll stay with the Saints. And here's an interesting sub for St. Bernard's. Ty Grudzian comes in. He's a freshman, and young man is very, very talented. And Mark Jones has said, I am determined to get him minutes because they know that they need to develop another point guard on the other side of Amir Gray. And he is going to get meaningful minutes here. Jeremiah splits a double team, and he'll be fouled by, looks like Amir Gray or Amari Marshall, who's a foul on. It's on Gray. So right now, you've seen O'Leary and Grudzian come in. You're going to see Justin Outlaw. But there are three important players that the Saints don't have right now that will be a part of their rotation moving forward. You're going to have Alex Johnson, who has to sit out. He's a transfer from Wyndham Tech, so he's sitting out some games, and he'll be in the lineup. You're going to have Philistine is going to be part of their rotation. Jack Philistine, who's the quarterback, only a sophomore, 6'3", big body. And then you're also going to see Jonah Eddy as well. So there's a host of St. Bernard's guys still on the shelf coming back. So Mark Jones trying to incorporate this team with more people coming.
Yeah, and he's going to let these guys take their lumps a little bit so they can learn how to play the right kind of defense that he requires from them.
Jeremiah had it stripped by Amari Marshall. It went right into the hands of Grudzian, and he's going to go to the line and shoot two.
Talking to Coach Jones, you know, he's going to give guys freedom on offense. We saw a couple step-back threes already taken. He doesn't really get all over them for that kind of shot, but they absolutely must get down and defend man-to-man. He's not going to tolerate when guys allow blow-bys, allow open jump shots.
Jeremiah will get a breather here with 5:38 remaining in the half, so let's see where the points are going to come from now and who's going to distribute. 1 of 2 for the freshman.
2 fouls on Jeremiah, Casey.
Aiden Doyle with the ball in his hands. Nice step-in steal. Grudzian feeds Similian. And Similian for 2 at the rim.
That's why Coach Jones likes Grudzian. What a pass in stride to a sprinting Cedric Similian.
Oh, nice look. Doyle finds Hoffman.
You can see there's a lot more holes in that defense, though. You got some of the second unit out there. So, but Mark's going to live with that right now with the lead because he needs these guys to get up to speed.
Similian, Gray, Grudzian, Marshall, and O'Leary. Gray breaks down off the dribble, spins, hangs, and can't get it to go. It's tipped. And Doyle saves it, though, goes to Gray underneath. Similian finishes at the rim.
Another loose ball. St. Bernard's makes the Tigers pay.
Swing, 3 over Marshall is buried by Kyle Hoffman. Big 3 for Hoffman, cuts the lead to 6.
And Jones doesn't like that. It's a no dribble 3, and I know he preaches you got to make jump shooters dribble.
Open look, 3 from the wing, O'Leary strong. Doyle pushing. Another 3, that one's gonna be too strong, but right into the hands of Hoffman. Now it's on the floor. Doyle, good step in. The freshman for three, no good. Oh, look at the work underneath. Paolella, but Gray, feisty. Semillian, jump stop, no good. Gets his own rebound, hangs. Oh, the scintillating Cedric Semillian.
That's what makes him so tough. Goes into the lane, lands on two, misses the shot, but cleans it up with his own rebound. And now he's gonna come out and play defense 40 feet from the basket.
10 for Semillian. Up top. Hanging in the air. And that won't go, but underneath, putback is no good. Paolella will go to the line, and he'll shoot two. Elijah Avery Turner, I like that the young man is trying to be a little bit proactive. His initials are EAT, and I'd like to see him eat a little bit more. He is clearly someone with an offensive skill set, and when he creates shots like that, it allows guys like Paolella rebounds. Now here's a good look. 2 free throws for Hand.
Yeah, and an offensive rebound opportunity. And that's more or less what we saw happen in St. Bernard's first game. A lot of standing around when a shot goes up. And get the foot came off the gas a little bit on some of these rebounding opportunities, but Mark's got his starters back in.
Now, let's see Jeremiah, because right now Wheeler's going to have the ball in his hands. And I think this is a look that St. Bernard's is hoping that they can give Amir Gray, some time. So the ball's going to be in Semillian's hands, knowing that Jeremiah's got the 2 fouls.
And that's a luxury that St. Bernard's has. They have multiple ball handlers, so they can put Gray on the bench.
But there's Wheeler turning it over. Rockler can't get it to go. O'Leary with the rebound. Semillian pulls up baseline, no good. And they're going to get Amari Marshall. Going to get a foul on the floor. That foul is going to be on Elijah Avery Turner. That's his first. Wheeler will inbound. Good inbound, and Marshall finishes. That's an easy basket.
Yeah, Daniel Hand just fell asleep there. Stack play that they run in middle school.
Fall away, Rockler no good, but off the hands of Marshall, it'll stay with Hand. But right now, Hand struggling to score the basket.
Yeah, they don't really have an identity yet, pecking order, so to speak. And St. Bernard's done a great job keeping the ball out of Jeremiah's hands.
Reach-in foul on Amari Marshall as he hit Rockler on the arm.
I know Coach Curlin used to call it 55, man-to-man defense, but one guy never leaves that main guy. And they had Gray chasing Jeremiah around, and now they got Semillian on it.
That's another luxury the Saints have. If Wheeler steps up the way he has this year defensively in the early going, he's taken on Tony Williams, now he's taken on Jeremiah. They can go Semillian, Wheeler, Gray. I mean, there's a lot of athletic guards that they can go and chase if they get into that situation.
Yeah, very balanced, interchangeable. Like you mentioned earlier, when Amari Marshall is active on the boards, he and Ryan Outlaw change the dimension of their team from a guard-oriented team to more of a balanced team.
Jeremiah has not scored yet. He's at the line with a chance to get his first points of the game. 1:40 remaining here in the half, and he misses the front end of the one-on-one. Justin Outlaw is in the ball game now for the Saints. Wheeler drives, floats. Ah, beautiful. Tyson Wheeler adding a dimension to his game, not just a shooter.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that the Tigers are out so far on the St. Bernard's guards, but I guess, with no shot clock, and trailing, they got to put some more pressure on them.
Marshall with the block out on the perimeter. Jeremiah gets jumped by Outlaw and Semillian, and we're going to get a foul. Going to call that one on Semillian. That'll put Jeremiah back at the line. Now, I have to take issue with Justin Outlaw. All over social media, he and his brother Ryan were touting themselves as the Fro Bros. They both had the big afros. And now Justin has braided his hair. I want to know how that's going over in the Outlaw household, because I thought they were onto something. They were, and if you saw Ryan in his intro, AFRO Academy, he's very proud of the Fro Bros. So I'm a little surprised. Justin decided to braid his hair. Oh, look at Semillian. Hangs. Cedric. Oh, Cedric.
Splitting the trap. That's what a senior does. He looks comfortable out here.
12-point lead here for the Saints. And it feels like bigger than that.
Yeah, mostly because where are these points going to come from? From Daniel Hands. And Justin Outlaw's in Chase Jeremiah's face right now. They're switching it off. Now it's Tyson.
Hoffman on Wheeler. Jeremiah spins. Floater. No good. Tip. No good. One last attempt. No good. We're at halftime. And the Saints with a 12-point lead. 27-15. George Hathaway is going to be with head coach Mark Jones, and we'll see what Coach Jones has to say about a very solid first half from his Saints. George, what does the coach have to say?
Coach Jones, you guys have the 27-15 lead right now over Daniel Hand. I mean, the intensity is there. If you can kind of elaborate more on that.
Yeah, I mean, we just got to keep playing hard, and we just got to keep playing smart. I mean, to hold the team to 15 points in 2 quarters is good, but, I mean, it doesn't mean nothing if we don't sustain it and keep it going in the second half.
So what is that message? You're up right now by 12. What are you going to be telling your team in that locker room?
That we were up 12 last year and we lost.
Well, there you have it. Casey, back to you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you, George. That's well said. That 12-point lead last year evaporated. This year, they're going to be looking to extend the lead. We're at halftime. 12-point lead for the Saints. We'll be back after this break and some features. You're watching Game Day Live on theday.com.
With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeured transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more.
With our players, I mean, you think Tyson, you think Amir, you think Amari, all those guys could be the man on any team. As far as Cedric goes, I mean, he sacrificed a lot.
With my role, I just try to do what Coach Mark asked me to do. If he wants me to play defense the whole game, I'll play defense. If he wants me to score the ball, I'll score the ball. If he wants me to rebound, I'll rebound. I feel like with my game, it's just an all-around game, so I don't really look to be in a spotlight like that. I'm just doing all the dirty work for my guys, and they can shine.
You know, he's played for me for 4 years, going on 4 years now, so, I mean, he's heard all the speeches and all the talks. So him being a leader and getting some of these new guys to buy in and understand, you know, how we operate at St. Bernard's is the huge thing that I've been on him and Tyson about this year.
Me coming from Norwich, Connecticut, and me coming to St. Bernard's after that, I feel like it made me really change as a person. It made me more focused. It made me more disciplined a lot. So I was just trying to tell everybody to just buy in to to what the school's offering, because you could get it once. Like, this education and the family that St. Bernard's is just amazing.
The biggest thing is, and we talk about it, you just got to sacrifice. I mean, you've seen Kentucky do it, every year under Calipari when they have 7, 8 pros on their team, you know what I mean? So we just got to sacrifice and understand that winning will get you the other stuff that you want, the accolades and all that other stuff. Now, if you're on a losing team and you're losing, those accolades most likely won't come, and most of our kids, all of our kids, are really infatuated with winning, and they want to win. And they want to win an ECC tournament title. They want to win a state title. So they're bought in.
So one thing that you have your sights set on this upcoming season?
State championship. I feel like that Daniel Hand loss really got to everybody.
And the Tigers will head to the Sun.
We seeing our 2 seniors who didn't really play much, but they played a very great part in making our team come together, and seeing their faces after that game just made me just want to get that back. So I'll probably say state championship.
At The Day, we pride ourselves on giving our readers the best coverage of local high school sports. Whether in-depth stories, photos and video, or columns, our dedicated reporters are on the sidelines covering it all, providing you with the stats, analysis, and commentary you've grown to know and trust. Subscribe today at theday.com to receive full access to all our coverage. With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeured transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com.
Marshall jumps it up with Favre. Favre wins the tip into the hands of a freshman point guard. So
he's extremely talented. He wasn't just a freshman point guard. He was played like a seasoned veteran. And I said it at times throughout the tournament run, interviews and things like that. I thought he was potentially the best freshman in the state.
Jeremiah to the basket, hangs, and that's a nice move from a freshman.
Challenges for me was just getting used to the speed of the high school level. My teammates were really awesome to me. They were very nice and treated me with a lot of respect, which I didn't expect to have as a freshman.
Cutting Jeremiah, the left hand. This kid's talented, the young Jeremiah.
He had a lot of confidence from his teammates, but right away, I don't know if he knew that or not. You know what I mean? Because stepping in as a freshman, and he started pretty much right away. You're playing with kids 4 years older than you. You know what I mean? That have been with the program for 3-4 years. So you don't know how you're going to be accepted into the lineup and stuff like that. So I know there's pressure on him to prove himself.
Chase Jeremiah picks the dribble up to his brother Hudson.
My brother really would tell me to shoot the ball a lot, tell me don't worry about what people think, and my team would always be behind my back.
How hard was it for you to learn that he wasn't going to be here this year?
Definitely disappointing. I know that way before he actually made the decision, I knew he was thinking about it, but it was definitely hard when he made the decision for me.
Jeremiah for 3, and that's nothing but true for Hudson Jeremiah.
Well, it's obviously disappointing. You want to coach good players. As a coach, you want to coach talented guys. And so in the back of any high school coach in the CAAC's mind now, with the day and age we live in, it's always a possibility that any of your talented players could up and leave at any minute. You know what I mean? It's just the landscape that we live in. And so, Hudson had to make a decision that he thought was best for him. And, got to respect that as his coach. You know what I mean? So we have to move on now. I mean, it's, obviously we'd love to have Hudson. Don't get me wrong, he's a phenomenal player. But we have a really good group of guys here, so it allows other guys to step up and fill a position, a lot of minutes, obviously, that are opened up now. And we have a lot of guys that are really excited about that challenge.
With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeured transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com.
An impressive first half for the St. Bernard Saints, 27-15 over defending state champion Daniel Hand. And Coach, this is a well-coached Hand team that's 2-0 and beat a good Fairfield prep team, and they look like they don't really have any answers. Just talk a little bit about the relentless play of the Saints.
Yeah, I know that Daniel Hand didn't want to play at this pace. So really, Coach Jones and the Saints have implemented their will in this game and forced the game to be up-tempo. They've gotten this lead, and they've caused Daniel Hand to have to extend that man-to-man defense, which actually plays more into St. Bernard's hands. And one of the questions we might have had coming into this game about St. Bernard's was, could they be exploited on the glass? And the resounding answer so far is no, that we got some guys that are going to crash the glass hard. We're not only going to get second chance opportunities via rebounds, but we're going to get every single loose ball. And I know that's what Coach Jones is preaching. I know that's what he wants out of them, and that's what they need to be able to elevate and beat the good teams in the state tournament.
You know, Hand just needs to keep getting good looks. They don't seem to have real comfortable three-point shooters. If they get better looks, it stops the Saints from getting out in transition, which has been, you know, a function of their success. I happen to think that, you know, when Semillian and Marshall are allowed to slash and rebound, you can't beat the Saints, because if you sag, Wheeler and Gray can knock down threes left and right. So you kind of have to figure out a way of doing a little bit of both, right? Sagging off of the right people, extending on the right people. But if you extend on Gray, we know he'll go by you. And as we saw in the first half, if Wheeler's comfortable taking you off the dribble, that adds a whole dimension to his game. So right now, you know, we saw in the first game, East Catholic making a big adjustment at halftime. That's what's going to have to happen for Daniel Hand. They're going to have to make an adjustment and then answer the question where the point's coming from.
Yeah, and one of the things I would think about, it's early on, so, you know, Coach Eco's trying to figure out his team, but one of the things I would think about here is maybe playing Jeremiah off the ball and trying to get him an opportunity to use his strength inside on some of the guards against St. Bernard's that are maybe a little smaller than him.
Yeah, I love the minutes Aiden Doyle gave them at the point. We'll see if they get on the floor at the same time. Semillian had 12 and Marshall 8. They led the Saints. Payolela and Hoffman with 5 each for Daniel Hand. The three-point shooting, though, was horrendous. Hand 1 for 7, and the Saints 0 for 8, and that's not going to continue. Marshall finds himself trapped. Wheeler for 3. Right on cue, the bank is open. Wheeler knocks it down. You couldn't have gotten a worse start. A bank shot 3 when you thought you had a chance at a turnover.
They're playing Jeremiah off the ball here.
Jeremiah for 3. Back iron, no good. Gray, he'll push. Wheeler, stutter step, flies. Can't get it to go. Kick out, pump fake. 12-footer from the baseline, no good. And nothing wants to go down for the Hand Tigers right now.
Good decision, though, on the pump fake. Take the 15-footer, just can't get it to fall.
Dump down, out low. That's a nice move. Ryan out low, playing a little bully ball. I was at practice, and Coach Jones said to him, God gave you this body, and you need to use it. When you have a guy on the block and you have a mismatch, I don't want you deferring. I don't want you kicking. I want you pushing him around. And you can see when Outlaw gets it down there in a mismatch, he's very, very comfortable.
Once again, another ill-advised 3 and another one.
Nice rebound and put back by Hoffman, however. Hand needs the points.
Yeah, sometimes when you miss so wildly, you don't know where that rebound's coming.
Amir Gray floats. Can't get it to go, and it'll be knocked out of bounds. It'll stay Saints ball. You know, there's a name. On any given night, Amir Gray can drop 30, right? Any team in the league, he'd be the premier guy. He's so comfortable just running the team, being an offensive, you know, he'll take a step back. I think that's a huge credit to him as a sophomore.
Now that's a product of playing for Coach Jones. When he played, he knew that scoring wasn't what the team needed out of him. You know, he could have been a guy that averaged 25 points a game, but instead he averaged in the teens. because he did all the other things to make the team win.
They are making Jeremiah work. Nice hands by Similian. Up ahead, Gray ahead of everyone. The left-hander's good.
What a nice pass by Tyson. Perfect touch.
We have a timeout, and this timeout is brought to you by St. Bernard School.
St. Bernard School is a Roman Catholic co-ed college prep school for grades 6 to 12 located in Uncasville. We welcome students of all faiths who value academic excellence, personal and spiritual growth, and a commitment to community. St. Bernard ranks among the best private schools in Connecticut with a 98% college acceptance rate and a student-to-teacher ratio of 12 to 1. We offer over 40 clubs and activities and more than 20 sports programs. Visit stbernardschool.org to apply today or request a campus tour.
Well, they had a 12-point lead last year in this same game. You heard Coach Jones say he was super aware of that. They've extended the lead here in the early going of the third period. What does Hand need to do right now to get themselves, right the ship?
I mean, there's still, there's two schools of thought here. You say, we're going to do what we do because we know that the long game is we got to get better at doing what we do in order to win in March. In the short term here, throwing a zone or something to kind of entice St. Bernard's to jack some more threes. We know they're not afraid to shoot. You might get some quick shots up. Right now, anytime St. Bernard's gets it inside, it's a problem.
Well, I can't wait now, no matter what happens tonight. The Saints have a game coming up in the coming weeks with Northwest Catholic. That's going to be an interesting one to see how they do against a team that's as long and big. They're not going to have seen height like that anywhere. They're going to see multiple, 6'7", 6'6" athletes. We're going to see what that looks like for them. Gray reaches and fouls Rockler on the perimeter. That's a third foul on Gray.
Yeah, he's been active today, so that's one of the, piece of constructive criticism that Mark can give his point guard. You don't want to waste those fouls that far away from the basket. I know he's aggressive. He wants to get the steal, but up 17, just be sound, force the Tigers into a turnover. But back to, Northwest Catholic, the word on the street is they're even longer than the two teams we saw in the first game. So, yes. Holy smokes, what a Division I.
But that's fabulous to see how the Saints will compete against a team like that. I mean, there's a true, Division III team and a Division I team. And that's going to be a fascinating battle just because this Saint team is so athletic, but a lot of what they're used to being able to do, even against a team like Hand, may not be successful against a team like Northwest. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they compete against a true elite big school like Northwest Catholic.
Yeah, I think if they're able to hit outside shots, they'll be able to hang with them because, that's one of the things that they can exploit against most teams. They have multiple shooters. Tonight, nothing's falling.
Nice look underneath, but Wheeler comes from the weak side and blocks Paolella. Doyle made a beautiful pass, but look at Wheeler with a hustle play.
They just hustle on the backside. They're really working hard on defense. The starting five has been tremendous on defense for the Saints.
Jeremiah has Outlaw on him. You'd think this is a mismatch for Jeremiah off the dribble. Hangs, but blocked by Marshall. Here comes Similian to Wheeler. Wheeler for three. Tice! So nice.
Once again, you see Marshall cleaning up a possible mistake, but also, who is Jeremiah going to dish it off to? I think he's just feeling the weight of having to score right now. Marshall left his man, but no option for a dish off.
Hoffman with the drive, and Gray very aware that he has three, kind of let him go. Wheeler, stutter step, spins, left hand no good. Hand will run. Hoffman. Marshall up ahead now. Wheeler No foul, Jeremiah. And a nice job, Amir Gray. Got there first and tipped it off the hands of Avery Turner. So it'll be Saints ball with a 18-point lead here, 3 minutes remaining in the quarter.
A little sloppy last couple possessions, but the Saints are kind of in cruise control now in terms of they're going to play loosey-goosey a little bit on the offensive end and make sure that they sprint back on defense.
There's a steal by Doyle. The freshman drives to the basket. Count it! Elijah Avery Turner will have an extra one after a strong drive to the basket.
Yeah, this is what the freshman needs to do a little bit more of and assert his size. He has some length there. And a nice finish, nice touch.
Of course, you stick around after this one, 8 o'clock tip tonight. NFA and New London in the nightcap of our triple header here at the Day Holiday Classic from Mohegan Sun. Looking forward to see some of the electric players in that one. Gray for three, no good. Doyle on the floor. Up ahead, there's a guy, they gotta see him, a little bit late. We're gonna get a foul on the floor as Rockler was trying to get to the basket. He was open-handed, didn't see him.
Yeah, once again though, hand a little zone trap in the half court there, forced wide open three in the corner and enticed St. Bernard's to take it, and they get a run out fast break. What we saw in the first game, some of these missed threes end up being like a turnover. You get a run out.
1 of 2 for Rockler. Lead down to 14.
Yep, 1-3-1 trap again.
Gray drives, hangs, and we're gonna get a block. That's a big call because Gray was staring at his fourth.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the major weakness of the 1-3-1. You cannot let that guy turn the corner and get into that gap. Gray would have had either that option to score or he could have dumped it to the weak side. If Hand's gonna play that defense, they have to keep the penetration east-west. Can't let them go north-south.
One more for Gray.
And like tightening it up a little bit and kind of forcing St. Bernard's to shoot threes against that may be their best bet here.
Second one is good.
Cedric is locked in.
Heavy pressure on the ball. Hoffman, left-handed floater, no good. Gray will push in the other direction now for the Saints. Shifty, hangs in the air, can't get it to go, but so subtle. Doyle, Euro step, basket is good, and the foul on O'Leary.
That was the right call. 4 on O'Leary.
Fourth foul on O'Leary. Jeremiah back in the ball game. Lead is 13. Wheeler's going to check back in. He'll probably get O'Leary. No good. Marshall cleans it up.
The 1-3-1.
Marshall, quick drive, baseline. Ah, Amari Marshall, that's an aggressive play at the basket.
Yeah, just attacking the baseline, using his size advantage, muscle it up. They have to, if Daniel Hand's gonna play that defense, they have to force jump shots.
Three is short by Hoffman. Outlow, strong rebound, now Semillian. Semillian knifes his way to the basket, and the Saints push the lead back to 17.
Really impressed with Cedric tonight. Looks Locked in.
In the other direction, Rockler. Under a minute here now. 15-point lead for the Saints. Extending their halftime lead. Nice dump. Marshall buries it from the high post. I love that. Right from the elbow.
Man, if he's going to make that, that's tough.
Spot the elbow, turn and shoot it. That's a zone killer. Steal by Gray. He has Semillian. Leaves it. And Semillian's going to shoot two with 22 seconds remaining.
And that's what Gray, he takes a lot of risks, but he gets a lot of rewards. He's got such quick hands. He does come through with a lot of those pockets, picks pockets a lot. And Cedric, the body control in the air. A lot of guys you'd see just brick that off the backboard, but kind of clutches, draws that contact, makes sure that he at least goes to the line.
Free throw not there for Semillian. Justin Outlaw back in the ball game. O'Leary will have a seat.
The thing that Coach Jones really likes about this team is that they have so much chemistry with one another. Sort of like what Coach Riley said after the game when George was asking him about what was said in the locker room. Like, you can criticize each other. You could speak your mind, and nobody's going to get mad. Nobody's going to get in their feelings, and that's what this St. Bernard's team has going for them.
Jump ball, possession arrow favors hand. Well, I talked with Mark Jones as well, and he said, you know, the thing about Tyson and Cedric is that their coach is on the floor for him. You know, they know the system so well. They know exactly what he's looking to do, so he doesn't have to, you know, micromanage. He can let the players kind of dictate things, and that's so helpful.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, Casey, but I've always felt that there's no bigger jump in a high school player's development, nice shot by Jeremiah, than the jump from junior to senior year.
Well, Jeremiah buries it. We're at the end of three. The Saints extend their lead. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
At the Connecticut Capitals Baseball Academy, we provide a fun experience for all serious baseball players of all ages through playing competitive summer baseball at a high level, by teaching young men how to play the game the right way with a professional approach. Come join the Capital family where we strive for unmatched professionalism, high character building, and a customer-driven experience in a team environment. With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeured transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com.
Cedric Semillian with 14 and Amari Marshall with 12 leading the way for the Saints as they have a 15-point lead as we head into fourth quarter action. At the end of the third period, we saw Chase Jeremiah knock down a jumper in the lane. That was his first basket of the ballgame.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have to know a lot about basketball to know that if anybody told you that Chase Jeremiah was going to have 2 points through 3 quarters, they'd say, give me the Saints, and they'll cover.
Starting the fourth quarter here with a 15-point lead. The Saints very aware, again, of last year's semifinal loss. They are not going to take their foot off the pedal.
Yeah, and remember, this Daniel Hand team is a brand new team, so they had a great win to open the season against Fairfield Prep, but they're still learning. This freshman out here is playing major minutes. He's on the Mohegan Sun floor in Game 3 of his career. So they're going to get better. I know Coach Eco, this team's going to be much better by the end of the season.
Blocking foul, Semillian will take a moment. Went down hard.
You know, going to the timeout, Casey, like the difference between a junior and a senior in high school, I know it's still 365 days between sophomore year and junior year, but junior to senior, and I think that's been the difference tonight, that you have those 2 seniors out there that have been here, and then you transfer in another one that's had a lot of experience at on the football field and on the basketball court. So that senior experience is really paying off here tonight for the Saints.
And I talked with Cedric Semillian about, playing for the TRC football team, undefeated football team, because if you look at this Saints roster, Semillian, Outlow, Philistine, Eddie, they all were part of that football team that went undefeated. They said it, makes you imminently tougher.
Yeah, 100%. That's what high school sports is all about, right? We see, unfortunately, we do see a lot of specialization now, and sometimes it is for good reason. But I mean, the opportunity to play in the state tournament for football and now for basketball, and then maybe, get on the track and get to a state meet or play baseball and get to the state tournament. That's what high school sports is all about.
I've always thought that there's something to be said about playing a sport that you're not the best at. A lot of these kids, they go to specialization in the thing that they're the best at. I think there's value to be had in being a role player or being not the guy, but the next guy. You look at some of these guys on the football team, they're stars on the basketball court, they're good on the football team. Others are stars on the football team and they're good on the basketball court. I think you need to learn how to blend yourself. It's, get your adversity when not always being the best player.
Yeah, and hearing different voices too, like hearing how a football coach approaches adversity versus a basketball coach versus a baseball coach. Everybody has different opinions on how you cope with different things or how you handle a situation, and those are all tools you put in the toolbox. So good for these guys that they had a great football season and now it's carrying over onto the basketball court.
Semillian will shoot 2. And he has not shot the ball well from the free throw line. He's shaking his head. He 0 for 3 so far, and somewhere right now Shaquille O'Neal is saying, Cedric can't shoot free throws.
He'll make this one.
Good hands by Semillian in the other direction now. Open look, Hoffman for 3. That's short. Tipped. Marshall gets it. Saints are going to run. Marshall. Amari, where did that come from? Adding a wrinkle. Amari Marshall.
Coast to coast.
Block to Semillian on Jeremiah.
Man, I mean, what a difference a year makes. And that last year, Jeremiah was going by people, getting to the rim. I don't know if it's a product of St. Bernard's just being more focused on defense or that Daniel Hand doesn't really have many other options.
Catch and shoot 3, no good. I think that's the difference. Madison has, Daniel Hand has not shown any threat really from the 3-point. So Jeremiah is great at driving and kicking. There's really been no kicking. Oh, Tice with the left. Yeah, Hand's 1 for 12 from 3. So there's no real threat there. Jeremiah crashes the boards and finishes. And we're going to get a timeout. Daniel Hand. It is a full timeout, and this timeout is brought to you by St. Bernard School.
St. Bernard School is a Roman Catholic co-ed college prep school for grades 6 to 12 located in Uncasville. We welcome students of all faiths who value academic excellence, personal and spiritual growth, and a commitment to community. St. Bernard ranks among the best private schools in Connecticut with a 98% college acceptance rate and a student-to-teacher ratio of 12 to 1. We offer over 40 clubs and activities and more than 20 sports programs. Visit stbernardschool.org to apply today or request a campus tour.
6 minutes remaining. Saints up 17 here in Game 2 of the day Holiday Classic. 8 o'clock tip. New London and NFA, and it'll be time for the sophomores of New London to step up. One of the things that I think has really changed the evolution from his junior year to his senior year has been Tyson Wheeler's on-ball defense. We just had the question raised. It's something that I had said to our Mike tomorrow, watching the NFA game. They put him on Tony Williams to start the game, and he stepped up and played very solid on-ball defense. And that was something last year teams attacked him. Whoever Wheeler's guy was, they attacked him. It's clear he made a concerted effort in the offseason to get himself into ideal shape and taking his on-ball defense very seriously. That, combined with him getting to the basket and not just being a spot shooter, makes him a much more complete player.
Well, think about what did this team need to do better to get past the stage they were last year, right? That was what fueled their development over the summer, the fall, till now. And obviously, that was something that Tyson had to do a lot better. And as I mentioned before, Coach Jones is going to give you some freedom on offense, but you need to be sound man-to-man.
Wheeler tips it back, out low kicks, Semillian drives, and Cedric Semillian has played like a star tonight. You can get a little touch foul out on the perimeter from out low.
Yeah, I think, Mark also believes that, 32 minutes isn't really a lot of time. He's like, that's not that much time. They can play the whole game. So, he wants those guys to be in shape enough where they can play 32 minutes, that he doesn't have to use his bench if it's a tight game. So, in order to play this style,
Outlaw and Marshall just dominating the glass for St. Bernard's, and Marshall will ultimately go to the free throw line and shoot two. You're right about that. It's, their front five could play the whole game. He could run them. We talked about incorporating bodies. He's going to be 10 deep when all of his players are eligible and active. It's going to be, that's a tough incorporation, 10 players, when no one in that starting five necessarily needs, time off.
But if that's the mentality, Casey, that you're going to play 32, then when you get a rest, it's a bonus. But the intensity is never going to wane. That's what Mark wants out of the team. He wants that 32 minutes intensity, even if you're only playing 2 minutes.
Outlaw wanted that one back. He grabbed the offensive rebound and couldn't get it to fall.
And we're seeing it here. There's no let up on this man-to-man defense right now.
Jeremiah spins, kicks. Great defense from the Saints, helping. Long three-pointer, no good though. Markovitz with the rebound. Doyle for three. No good. Marshall, look at them want to run. Here goes Gray, off to the races. And good defense though by Hoffman. Hoffman hangs and cannot get it to go, and now the Saints will run. Up ahead it goes again to Gray. Got Jeremiah on his hip, and Amir Gray scores.
They can just run, can't they?
Practice, I watch their practice, and they look for every opportunity. They leak, and they like to leak because they want to push, which means they can be susceptible to giving up offensive rebounds like we saw against NFA. Beautiful move, and Gray will shoot two. Obviously, one of the downsides to leaking out, you don't have everybody on the glass, but if Marshall and Outlaw and Semillian are cleaning up rebounds, Gray and Wheeler, they'll leak out all the time. We talked about Northwest Catholic. They might not have the luxury of leaking out against Northwest. They might have to send everybody, and they might have to try to get 6 and 7 guys to go to the rim against Northwest.
Oh, absolutely. But that's the evolution of the process. Like, you don't necessarily have to leak out to run the floor well. That's timing, knowing when to start sprinting, and being in shape to be able to sprint to the right spot every possession.
And I mentioned Northwest only because they're perhaps the longest, biggest team in the state. But Ridgefield, Immaculate, these are all teams that are going to challenge, what this Saints team ultimately becomes.
Yeah, and they got moved up to the Division II tournament, which, the formula is under lock and key, I guess, at the CIAC, how that happened. But I think they're challenging themselves with the Division I type schedule so that the Division II won't be overwhelming. This will, this is the first time they'll be in Division II. So
the only recipe held in more secret is my grandmother's meatballs compared to what the moving up and down the divisions look like. Saints emptying the bench here with 4 minutes remaining. So we're going to get Jacob Widener in the game. Widener with a steal. Grudzian up ahead, running the floor. And the freshman got a little too excited. Shem Adams on the floor as well, the sophomore. So Adams, Grudzian, O'Leary, Outlaw, and Widener on the floor for the Saints.
And you can see that Grudzian, he has that speed, he pushes the ball. He knew what he wanted to do with the ball.
Yeah, Mark was excited about him. He sees that, he hopes he grows a little bit too, because he's got good size for a freshman. That's, he's got a strong body, a strong frame. Doyle for 3. Good. Aiden Doyle knocks down the triple. We're going to get a moving screen against Widener. Hey, you don't get a lot of minutes. When you get them, I like bang your body into people. I love it. Make those minutes memorable.
And a savvy and mature reaction from Grudzian. He took the blame. He said, I used the screen too early. I caused you. Whether or not it was true or not, that's a good teammate.
That's a great teammate. Nice move by Doyle with the left hand. Hand within. Oh, Grudzian floater. That is a nice move. Freshman Ty Grudzian knocks it down. You can see why they're high on him. The other direction, O'Leary blocks Maynard. Markovitz. Loose. Eventually, Daniel Hand, Andrew Anabugo. And underneath, Markovitz. Anabagu lost it. It went right to Markovitz. Those are the bounces you like to have. Nice hands. Anabagu gets the steal for Hand. Now Doyle in the other direction. And we're going to get an offensive foul. O'Leary stepped in. That time he got the charge. Look how happy the bench is. You got to love, whenever you get it, charges are one of those things that teams, inspire teams. Nothing gets the bench up more excited than when someone steps in and draws the charge. And they are loving it on the Saints bench.
Yeah, it's the dunk of defense, getting that charge.
I like that, the dunk of defense. Steal from Ty Maynard. Doyle for 3, in and out. Tipped. Grudzian running ahead of the pack. Easy layup on the feed from O'Leary. Heading down to 2 minutes, 20-point Saint lead. Anabogu can't get it to go. Left hand zip. Aye, it's Mrs. O'Leary's boy at the rim. And that's gonna get a timeout to get some more Saints into the ball game. So Savion Melendez and Desmond Powers will be checking in for the Saints. Powers, a freshman. Melendez, a sophomore. Anthony DeMarco, also into the game for the Saints. And Zane Baton's in the game as well.
Couldn't have gone better for Coach Jones tonight. Probably would have liked to see some more three-pointers fall, but defensively, on the glass, the loose ball game, he's going to be happy with that effort.
I'm happy for some of these kids here, like Powers and Melendez, getting a chance to play at Mohegan Sun. Melendez, who we see here with the ball, Savion Melendez, is actually a Colchester kid. His sister Exaria was a star at New London High School, and baby bro is getting some run at the Sun.
Yeah, and Coach Riley said that to me earlier this week, you know. Only a few teams get to win a championship. Where are you going to get your other moments in the season that'll make that memorable? And, man, this is a memory these kids will have forever now.
Desmond Powers, a fab freshman at St. Bernard's, starter on their excellent soccer team and quite a pitcher. He was teammates with my son, AJ, and played some great competitive summer baseball. And Powers, three-sport athlete for the Saints. So here's a chance for these kids to get some time. And, you know, like you said, here's a moment, no matter whatever happens, if they don't get another minute the rest of the year, they got a minute at the Sun. Three, no good. Rebound by Maynard, and we're under a minute here remaining in the ballgame. Three, short. Rebound. Saints are going to push. Three, off the front rim. Nice hustle rebound. The kick. Three is good. Anthony DeMarco with a triple.
Coach Outlaw excited on the sideline. The triple.
Right back in the other direction now. The Saints going to push with 3 seconds remaining. Two. Last shot of the game is going to be short, but Similian with 16 and 5 rebounds. Marshall with 14 and 8 lead the way. A resounding 63-38 win for the Saints, taking care of the rematch with Daniel Hand, who knocked them out of the semifinals last year at Waterford at the X as the Tigers ran roughshod over the ECC. A good win for the Saints here, make their names in the state. Definitely people will look at this score and say, really? That's a good win for the Saints, not only avenging, you know, that loss from last year, but recognizing statewide a win over a class program like Hand.
Yeah, and also the way they did it, that's the way that Coach Jones wants his team to play. Tenacity on defense for 32 minutes, rebounding the basketball, getting after the loose balls. He'll live with some of those long three-point misses, some of those wild shots, but you cannot make mistakes on defense, and you got to keep bringing that energy.
Tonight's Player of the Game is brought to you by Ambassador Limo. With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeured transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com. George Hathaway has our Ambassador Limousine Player of the Game.
Thank you, guys. Here I am with Ambassador Limo Player of the Game, Cedric Similian. I mean, you had 16 points, 5 rebounds today. Everybody's showing you some love. So how big is this win for you guys today?
Oh, it's pretty big for us because last year we came out and we fell short. But without, see, we got new kids on the team. They came to help us. We got my guys that returned. They was killing. It's just a team effort.
And you had the whole student section here for you guys. How much was that important, you know, kind of going forward to have some of your fans here?
I feel like we have the best fans in the ECC. They came out and showed love. St. Bernard's community, you know, it's like that, you know.
Big team win here for you guys against a team that kind of beat you last year in the semifinals. So kind of going forward, how are you guys going to be prepared?
Try to get better every day. I feel like Mark Jones pushes us to ability. You feel me? So we're going to be good. We're going to be prepared when they play. We're going to be fine.
Awesome. Thank you, Cedric. And let's go on over to your head coach, Mark Jones. Coach, a big win here today, but how big is your defense kind of moving forward?
Oh, it's extremely big. I mean, we work on it every day. Transition defense and rebounding, and they really bought in today. I mean, it was a big stage, playing at Mohegan Sun, and the moment wasn't too big for them.
Kind of moving forward, tough schedule up and coming, but how are you going to use this momentum kind of going forward?
Just keep winning.
I mean, there you guys have it today. We're going to send it back to KC, but congratulations on the win, everybody.
So let's take a look at the freshly squeezed juice, and how did the Saints give them their grades? How'd they do?
No, sharing is caring. They are very unselfish. You didn't see a lot of people jacking up threes and over dribbling. So A for that. Junkyard St. Bernard, A+. So that was one of the big questions. Could Hands exploit maybe a little bit more ruggedness on the glass and in the loose ball battle? And St. Bernard's won that resoundingly. And don't be wasteful. They were able to play their top 5 whenever they wanted to. Didn't get into foul trouble. So another A there. A great performance from the Saints, and the sky's the limit.
Yeah, Mari Marshall did great work for them. Samillion, Wheeler, defensively, really Wheeler taking the mantle of on-ball defender against Jeremiah. Everything that the Saints touched eventually turned the goal. They like you said, they shared the ball so well. A little bit of everything, and I admire, Hand. I think what you said really resonates, which is they're looking to be good in March, which means you stay the course and you do the things that you do well, and you have to make improvements in the areas where you struggle. So this is a loss that they can go to school on, get better. This Saints team is a team that's very good, and they're not going to see a lot of teams like them. This is a team that has unique athleticism and versatility and depth. But moving forward, I think this is a game where Coach Iko is going to go to school, and more importantly, will he have a baby before the next game?
Yeah, his wife Taylor is holding tight, and our thoughts are with them, and hopefully that baby comes in between games.
Well, we got one more. We're not done. We have an 8 o'clock tip, New London and NFA. So you got to come on back for Game 3 of the Day Holiday Classic live from Mohegan Sun. Big win for the Saints. You've been watching Game Day live on theday.com.
The following is a presentation of The Day.
Two great rivals, two successful programs, two teams with questions of just how good they can be. New London is young and talented, starting 3 sophomores and a freshman, and Coach Craig Parker loves their energy. Parker is staring down his 500th career win, and this group will get him that and many more. NFA has new faces, new roles, and new questions, but Coach Dave Cornish loves the energy and grittiness of this group and expects big things. There's nothing better than an old-time conference rivalry. The Wildcats and the Whalers are ready to run at the Sun. It's the Day Holiday Classic at the Mohegan Sun, and it is live on game day.
Well, it's fitting in the nightcap of the Day Holiday Classic that the tide turns to revered rivals. And there's nothing better than New London and NFA when you talk about rivals. We have their matchup live on game day. Game day is brought to you by Ambassador Limo. With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeur transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. So check them out at ambassadorlimo.com. Casey O'Neill along with the coach, Chris Giusti, and my alma mater against the school that brought you into the limelight of the juice that is you. What are you expecting tonight?
Oh, man, you never know what's going to happen when NFA plays New London. And, you know, this is going to be fascinating because New London obviously played only one game and looked dynamite. You know, ran roughshod over East Lyme. NFA, yeah, they're 0-2, but they played 2 very good teams. Obviously, we saw what St. Bernard's just dismantled Daniel Hand. And they hung with St. Bernard's for a little while, and then they traveled down on a Saturday morning for a 12 o'clock tip against old friend Jeff Bernardi's St. Joseph's team and hung with them the entire game and lost that game late. So NFA definitely has the talent to hang with New London. It's going to come down to where are the points coming from, who's executing to their fullest ability, and I'm also intrigued, Casey, what type of defense NFA is going to try to play on New London. We're pretty sure New London is going to come out and guard them right out of the introductions. But what kind of defense is NFA going to play? That's going to be fascinating.
Well, I'll tell you what else is fascinating. Everything that comes out of George Hathaway's mouth. George, what do you got?
Thank you, guys. And honestly, I know how the rivalry runs deep between the two of you, so no fighting over there on the broadcast desk, but it's got a great matchup, highly anticipated, as there's a lot of history between these two high schools. And being able to talk to both coaches, hearing from them, both teams are focused, locked in. And you can see here, student sections kind of filling in a little bit. The fans are filling in. Mohegan Sun Arena is about to be packed for this nightcap game. Back to you, Casey.
Thank you, George. You know, you are no stranger to this rivalry. I mean, you go back a long way. There have been some absolutely classic games between NFA and New London. And you know, I think back of New London's rivals, and you know, there's generational rivals. In every cycle, a new team comes into the mix. But New London never leaves. And as Coach Craig Parker will be the first to tell you, they're the green and gold standard. And, you know, times have been not as kind to New London over late, but they have a sophomore class, Savon Warren, Deshaun Phillips, and Devin Williams, along with a freshman, Xavier Good. The future is very, very bright at New London. Not only is Coach Parker staring at those 500 wins, but he's staring at a youthful team that could make them good for a long time.
And it's good for the league. It's good for our area. It's good for NFA. It's good for NFA that New London is good, and it's good for New London when NFA is good because they're the 2 biggest schools in the area, and that helps everybody else because that puts bullseyes on both of their backs, and like the Waterfords, the East Limes, the St. Bernards want to go out and beat those teams. So when these 2 teams are at their best, the whole league is at its best.
Absolutely, and we have seen that the records don't matter in matchups like this. These games are often decided right at the buzzer. like that one. Let's go over to Bill Glennie, our public address announcer.
The Mohegan Sun Arena for the 2022 The Day Holiday Classic. Game number 1 went to East Catholic. Game number 2 to St. Bernard's. Game number 3 tonight is a classic. It's New London. It's Norwich Free Academy, one of the great rivalries in Connecticut. Before we introduce tonight's starting lineup, I direct your attention to the Jumbotron as the day and game day introduce tonight's players.
Zuri Craig, KB Skills Academy. Deshaun Phillips, KB Skills Academy.
Devin Williams, KB Skills Academy.
Savon Warren, St. Augustine's.
Xavier Good, KB Skills Academy.
Marvin Flejean, Zoe Academy.
Ryan Keefe, Nathan Hale Elementary. Jamel Hayslip, KB Skills Academy.
Amir Hall, KB Skills Academy.
Caleb McCalla, Belly Fam Academy.
Calvin Sebastian, KB Skills Academy.
Jameer Hall, Res Cats Elementary.
Joshua Exon, KB Skills Academy.
Richard Taylor, KB Skills Academy.
Tony Williams, Gallup Hill Elementary School.
Armani Davis, Chat Elementary.
Keegan Johnson, St. Pat's School.
Rashad Hernandez, Chat Elementary.
Edwin Santana, Chat Elementary.
Paul Erickson, Chat Elementary.
Cam Sinville, Chat Elementary.
Cody Jameson, St. James School. Nick Camelucci, Chat Elementary.
Cameron Barboza, Chat Elementary.
Brandon Prempeh, Chat Elementary.
Malachi Murray, PS18.
Renee Montalvo, North Wyndham Elementary.
Evan Keith, Yao Ming Elementary.
Ethan Graham, Franklin Elementary.
Ladies and gentlemen, your officials tonight, Mr. Dave Cruz, Mr. Dan Henderson, and Mr. Sergio Lewis. Now, let's meet your starters. Playing out of the ECC, NFA off to a slow start with losses to St. Joe's and St. Bernard's. They continue their tough schedule Wednesday as they host Classical of Rhode Island at 7 p.m. Led by head coach Dave Cornish, wearing their Wildcat red jerseys with white lettering. Let's meet your starting 5. Starting at guard, a 5'11" junior number 0, Tony Williams. Starting at guard, a 5'10" junior number 1, Armani Davis. At forward, a 6'1" senior number 4, Edwin Santana. Starting at forward, a 6-foot sophomore, number 11, Cody Jameson. And starting at forward, a 6'1" junior, number 22, Cameron Barboza. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the Whalers of New London. Operating out of the ECC, they're opened their season in style with a convincing win over East Lyme. Head on the road Wednesday for a matchup with Hill House. Wearing their white jerseys with the Whaler green and gold, they are coached by Mr. Craig Parker. Whalers fans, make some noise. Here's your starting 5. Starting at guard, a 6-foot sophomore, number 1, Deshaun Phillips. Starting at guard, a 6-foot sophomore, number 2, Devon Williams. Starting at forward, a 6'2" sophomore, number 4, Savon Warren. Starting at guard, a 5'11" freshman, number 5, Xavier Good. And starting at forward, a 6'2" senior, number 32, Josh Hickson. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would ask that you please rise and remove your hat as we honor America with the singing of our national anthem. Tonight's anthem is being performed by St. Bernard Senior John Paul Hammond.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Play ball!
Ladies and gentlemen, John Paul Hammond of St. Bernard's.
And now it is time for some fresh squeezed juice. The keys to the game brought to you by the Holy Club, premier indoor golf facility and lounge in southeastern Connecticut, located at 161 Water Street in downtown Norwich. Juice, squeeze it for us.
For New London, push it real good. Run, run, run. Turn the game into a track meet. Hey, boo-boo. Get the ball into Phillips's hands. Let the offense run through him. And where's number 0? Can't let the NFA point guard beat you. Deny him, trap him, don't let him get those one-on-one opportunities. For NFA, Tony. Williams is a difference maker and the best offensive player by far for NFA. He needs to be patient and take what the defense gives him. The other Williams, Devin, is the best outside shooter for New London. Can't let him get open looks on the perimeter. And stay away from the slots. I know we're in the casino, Casey, but no gambling for steals in this game. You got to be disciplined on D.
Savon Warren will jump it up for the Whalers in the white. Eddie Santana will jump it up for NFA. A couple of changes to the starting lineup for NFA. Warren taps it. Williams right the other way. No good. Hickson, strong rebound, the big body. And Phillips will take it over. That's a good first look. Little wrinkle here for NFA.
3-2 zone. No trap. I think I've seen this defense before.
Warren turns it over. Davis, 2-on-1 with Williams. Williams and Phillips, that's a great matchup.
Tony was able to get to the rim right away. We've seen a bunch of these quick layups missed today. Something with the floor, getting used to the rim. Tony got right to the rim on that first possession.
Up ahead, tipped. Hickson loses it, and we're going to get a foul. Hickson had a chance, got a little too ahead of himself. He saw Williams running the floor. Now, you are, if nothing else, a master of shoe wear. Devin Williams has got the sneakers of the night, in my opinion.
I like those.
The hot pink. I
like those.
Those are solid. Although Eddie has, the one of each. Santana. They call him Little Eddie the Rapper. He freestyled his way for the first 2 of the game.
Not little anymore. Senior. 2-2-1 press.
I know they're 0-2. I am much higher on NFA than I think some are. I watched them run. No one runs with St. Bernard's. And they ran with St. Bernard's, got the game close before St. Bernard's pulled away in the second half, and they were there with St. Joseph's the whole game. Williams, floater, no good. Warren, the rebound, but the steal. Jamison, one of the 2 new starters, sophomore Cody Jamison in the lineup. And the other new starter, Cameron Barboza, We've seen Cameron Sinville and Paul Erickson in the starting lineup on other nights, so a couple of changes to the starting lineup for the Wildcats.
Here's this 2-2-1, three-quarter court pressure, and that's not where you want to stop the ball.
Davis loses it. Oh, Silky! And there's Good with the turnover. They're pressuring the freshman, and I think this NFA team, they will get after you. I'm telling you, I'm higher on them than some others are.
It starts with 0. He's had a good start. You know he's a lefty, but it doesn't matter. He's going left on you.
I have said to any number of people, I'll take the superstar and 4 really good role players who know what they want to do, and that's what this NFA team is with Williams. Santana to the lane, and he'll draw the foul. He'll shoot 2. Williams might be, and I say this because we're only a week into the season, he has a case to be made for being the best player in the league, the most electric player in the league. There's about 7 other guys who are in that conversation right now today. And the diversity of that group. I mean, going from a guy like Tony Williams to Devin Williams to Cedric Simillion to Gavin O'Brien to Travis Mangual. I mean, I'm leaving none of our guys out. But there's a diversity to this league right now with a lot of exciting players. But Williams is so good that he allows Davis and Santana and guys like that to settle into roles that they are good at.
100%.
Warren for 3, short and up high. I want Savon Warren down on the block. I do not want him shooting threes. He's good at it. He's got a good outside shot, but I want him at the basket.
And once again, we've seen it in both games so far today. Long threes. They're coming up onto the NBA or college three-point line and jacking that long 3.
Williams, stutter steps. Good defense by Warren. This is where, even though New London played a decent East Lyme team, only having that one game, whereas NFA has played 2 excellent teams, is going to benefit NFA. Out of control, Phillips loses it out of bounds, and it's tipped. It'll stay with the Whalers.
But there you see on that last possession, I think one of the keys to the game, get the ball out of Tony's hands. Take your chances with some of the other players dribbling the ball.
Long 3. A triple for Phillips. Whalers needed that basket.
Exhale. Hoop.
It's amazing. You're 30 seconds in the game going, are we ever going to score? Turnover. Hickson, 2-on-1. Boo-Boo misses the layup. Right there is Good with the rebound. And he loses it on the floor. Santana comes up ahead. Davis. Euro step. Oh, Amani. Hickson on the block. Double teams. Williams for 3. Got it. D. Will with a triple.
And that was a deep one, too. Early on, I think you could say, in this season so far, from what we've seen, he is the best sharpshooter in the league.
Well, I'll tell you someone who's going to make that argument, and that's Tyson Wheeler. But I'd love to see those two have a shootout. Williams misses, but there's ball tipped. Phillips just hounded. Williams up ahead. Santana, Good's chasing him. But Santana gets there first. Telling you, NFA will run with anybody. Underneath, Hickson. Big body. Hickson's the wide body. Taylor's the length. Taylor on the bench, about to come on. He's at the scorer's table. Jamison. Davis drives, and we're going to get a block on Hickson, it looks like. I thought Hickson had pretty good position. Let's take a look. No, he slid. Good call. Good call by the officials. 2 quick ones on Hickson.
Yeah, so far NFA has done a nice job of making New London dribble the sideline. And in this 2-2-1, the weak spot is get it middle and then opposite. And instead, New London's trying to either dribble it down the sideline or pass it down the sideline. And that's playing right into NFA's hands. They're anticipating passes or they're trapping dribblers on the sideline, using that sideline as an extra defender.
Keegan Johnson and Cameron Sinville into the ball game for NFA. Richard Taylor into the game for New London. 1 more for Davis. He's gonna get a lane violation, but he missed it, and then we'll get the lane violation. He'll have another one. Good slid his way in.
And remember, you got a lot of young players out here, Case.
You know, we mentioned the freshman for hand. Well, no difference for Xavier Good. Freshman playing his 2nd ever game at Mohegan Sun. And it cost the Whalers a point. Paul Erickson. Great athletic name in NFA, the Erickson family. It's not the place you want to break that pressure. There's a reason that pass is there. That's the trap zone. It drives me crazy. What's the old adage? If it's too good to be true, it probably is. If they're giving you that pass, there's a reason they're giving you that pass. Savon Warren can't get it to go down. Sinville with the rebound. Williams, drive, double scoop, can't get it to go. Warren. Now here comes Good in the other direction for the Whalers. Kick out. Williams for 3. In and out. Boo-boo blocked by Sinville. Former teammates. Williams, tough spot, nice behind the back to Erickson.
Good job by Tony calling for the ball back.
The Williamses. Good defense by Devin. Step back 3, and a travel on the step back. Taylor blocked it anyway, but they'll get Tony Williams on the step back travel.
And he'll do that a couple times a game, and Coach Cornish is gonna have to live with that. He gives you so much else. Sometimes he's hitting that, and then he's unguardable.
Coach Cornish in the black on black.
Oh, the whole NFA staff. It's an ensemble cast.
Phillips with the floater. Brings the Whalers to within 1. Here's what you talked about with Williams out of the game. Ball in the hands of Davis.
And no hesitation. New London going right to the trap.
Ends up in the hands of Santana. Fouled by Taylor. And Eddie will go and shoot the bonus.
Eddie's had a good start. He's been active defensively. He's been Johnny on the spot getting loose balls, and he's finished a couple buckets. They need him to play like a senior. They need him to make those plays that you should make when you're in a senior year.
It's funny because this is a kid who's been on stage in front of thousands of people as a musician. He's an outstanding volleyball player and football player. And he said there's nothing that gets him more nervous than being on the basketball court. Not playing like it. Phillips pounded. Williams drives, hangs, and he'll go shoot 2.
Well, this is the kind of game we wanted to see. And NFA not backing down. New London taking the gaps, though. That's going to be the key to attacking this 2-2-1, or if it's a 1-2-2 or a 3-2, attack those gaps. Don't settle for the threes. It's hard to shoot in this gym, and a long miss leads to a run out, and NFA can finish in transition with the best of them.
Santana, 8 early points for NFA as you see Williams check back in the game. And Santana will have a seat. Williams with 1 more. I know that New London likes to go reverse lob to Warren on the weak side. So it's nice to see NFA keeping that weak side protected. All the defenses we've seen so far, they're very conscious of not giving up that weak side. I think you'll see New London starting to try to get Warren involved in the paint. Jamison for three, no good. Good with the rebound. Steal by Jamison, picked his pocket. And good, blocks it. But Erickson with a foul.
NFA hustling down court, and one-handed passes, a no-no.
Into the same spot. They keep wanting to put Good in that spot, and nothing against the freshman, but I don't want my freshman catching the ball in the trap zone. He's getting hounded. Williams catches it on the fly. Davis, long three, no good. Strong rebound, Devin Williams.
Two bad threes by NFA, but playing so hard on defense.
Good, tries to find Taylor, but Barbosa stepped in. Williams for three, short. Taylor tips it. Williams up ahead. Phillips. Boo-boo for two.
Into the flex offense here, enter it into the elbow, and they look for a baseline screen.
Steal, Warren, and that's the end of the first period. New London lost track of the time. 3-point NFA lead. We're coming back, second quarter action. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
The Holy Club, the premier indoor golf facility and lounge in southeastern Connecticut. Featuring Foresight sports simulator technology, you can test your game on the greatest courses in the world. Want to improve your swing? Schedule a lesson with their on-site PGA Pro. Want to host an event? The lounge offers the perfect setting to watch all the big games. Gift cards are available and make the perfect stocking stuffer for this holiday season. Don't wait. Stop by the Holy Club, 161 Water Street in downtown Norwich. With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeured transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com.
Start of the second quarter, a 3-point NFA lead. Eddie Santana leading the way for NFA with 8. Deshaun Phillips 7 for New London. New London 2 for 4 from the 3-point line. NFA 0 for 4. Really, Williams is the 3-point shooter for NFA. New London's got a trio of guys, and we saw Williams knock down the early one, but NFA, that full court pressure has really caused problems for New London.
Yeah, their quickness is outstanding, and they're playing really hard. You know, watching these guys run up and down the court, you know, can they sustain this level of intensity for the next 3 quarters? Mark Jones says 32 minutes, not that much, so let's hope they can.
Junior Ishad Hernandez in the game for NFA.
Here comes the flex screen, baseline screen. They got it.
On the floor, they'll call that one against Good, but a nice backside cut by Hernandez and a good feed. That was a nice patient set.
Yeah, they ran that play at the end of the first quarter and just ran it again and had a chance for an open layup.
Xavier Good will take a seat. Marvel Fleurijun into the game for New London.
New London man-to-man, baseline out of bounds. Beautiful.
Blocked at the rim by Taylor, and we're going to get a foul on Looks like they're going to call it on Sinville. Nope, they'll get that one on Barboza. But that's a good look off the inbound.
Yeah, great block by Taylor because you got exactly what you wanted. You got a switch on a diagonal screen with the screener coming back to the ball. That's going to be a layup opportunity 9 times out of 10.
I like how they approached it this time with Williams and Phillips as the primary ball handlers there.
And now NFA's in more of a 3-2 look. No trap, just trying to keep that ball on the perimeter. Can't let him have the gap.
Warren. And Williams is going to foul Williams. Tony Williams fouls Devin Williams. Granted, I have won a few fewer games than you at the high school level. I got a decent middle school record, but you know, the middle of the floor needs to get used, and New London's not using it. They're so content both in their pressure break and their offense right now. They're not using the middle of the floor. Now they got Warren at the elbow. I mean, that's where there it is, right there. Turn, shoot. Didn't go, but that's the look right there.
100%. It is deceiving though because Tony is actually trying to bait them into throwing that middle pass. So they do have to use ball fakes and make sure that they get it into that soft middle without it getting tipped.
But you can screen up to top to free up that pass to the elbow. You can hard fake and free up that pass to the elbow. I haven't seen much of any of that.
Yeah, those you're talking about, skills that are developed over time, and you got some young players out there for New London and big stage.
Taylor with the offensive rebound, he'll shoot 2.
Taylor is an interesting option for New London off the bench. He gives them size that they don't have in their starting lineup. And he presents mismatch problems, especially for offensive rebounds. I think that's where, he can really be a problem, moving forward in the season, is that he can clean up a lot of the misses. So much attention when those New London guards are driving hard to the basket, so much attention comes towards that shooter. He can clean up a lot of misses. If he's going to make his free throws, that's going to even be a better
it's huge.
weapon.
Huge if Taylor knocks free throws down, because everything he gives them offensively is a huge bonus, including making free throws.
Tony called for Cody Jamison to give him the ball screen.
Little stutter step, zip pass underneath, pump fake. Can't finish. Hernandez found himself with a great look. New London has never led. If Williams knocks this down, got it! First lead of the game for the Whalers.
And he is a good-looking shooter. We've seen guys struggle all night on this court hitting that three-point shot, and it looks like he's shooting a free throw.
Williams blows by, left hand no good, but he'll draw the foul late. He is quick off the dribble.
And I think he burned out a tire. He changed his sneakers at the end of the quarter. He had the Jordans on in the first, the black and red Jordans on in the first quarter. I guess they have the pit change over there on the NFA bench.
So quick that they had to change the treads.
He really is. I mean, he's going left. You can't stop him.
There's a level, and I'm gonna name a player. As a freshman, Tyson Wheeler, senior. As a freshman, we talked about freshman guards who took over a team. There's one right there, Tyson Wheeler. As a freshman, he went left 98% of the time, and you knew he was going left. They overplayed him to go left, and he still went left. And if you doubled him, he split it. So it's, he's that good. Williams is that quick. All he needs is that, millimeter. Phillips, high three, in and out, tipped. On the floor, who's going to come down with it? Looks like Taylor. Swing pass. Williams for 3. Good. D. Will with a triple.
Well, that was one of the keys That's the one guy you cannot, if you're gonna play a zone, you gotta make sure on the weak side you're finding Devin Williams.
Steal, Williams up ahead. Hey, boo-boo! Showtime! Phillips rocks the gym. Dave Cornish wants a timeout. This timeout is brought to you by the St. Bernard School. Right here, Phillips bringing down the house.
The Holy Club, the premier indoor golf facility and lounge in southeastern. St. Bernard School is a Roman Catholic co-ed college prep school for grades 6 to 12 located in Uncasville. We welcome students of all faiths who value academic excellence, personal and spiritual growth, and a commitment to community. St. Bernard ranks among the best private schools in Connecticut with a 98% college acceptance rate and a student-to-teacher ratio of 12 to 1. We offer over 40 clubs and activities and more than 20 sports programs. Visit stbernardschool.org to apply today or request a campus tour.
At one point, New London had never led, but then they went on a 12-1 run because they're 4 of 7 from the three-point line, and now they've got a 6-point lead as Dave Cornish wanted that full timeout. And this has been a story of NFA's season. They have run with teams, and then they've given up big runs. We've seen it in each of their games.
Well, you saw in that last possession, the ball was not in Tony's hands. They turned it over, gave up the dunk. But I think the story has been New London's ability to shoot the three on a court that we have not seen three-point shots go down. 4 of 7, and Devin Williams looks like he's shooting a free throw.
Williams blows by, floater, no good, gets his own rebound and loses it. Knocks it out of bounds, and they're going to say it's off of Phillips. It'll stay NFA.
But we know that this game's going to ebb and flow, and New London's got to be careful that they don't, put it into cruise control too early.
Williams, high floater, no good. Deshaun Phillips goes up high for the rebound. Whalers push. Find the hot shooter. Williams for 3, no good. Weak side, Savon Warren. They're going to get a push off. That's a good call.
Yeah, we've seen all night long that if you want to keep jacking these long threes, teams can make a run. So NFA's got to stay the course.
We've seen Savon Warren insert himself into games without touching the basketball in terms of, there was a point last year where it looked like he was just going to get every rebound, every single one. It's like he made a point and said, I'm just going to get every single rebound there is. And that's how he got his points. They're still learning. We talked a lot about St. Bernard's incorporating new players. Well, Devin Williams is a big incorporation into the New London lineup. You had these 2 sophomores, Boo Boo Phillips and Savon Warren, who last year emerged with Roe Perry as the leader of the team. With him gone, it appeared naturally that they would be the 2, and they get joined by this electric third, and they're all still finding, Boo Boo's going to have the ball in his hands. Devin's the sharpshooter. What is Warren going to be? He might have to go back to being the guy that just, rebounds like crazy and kind of get some of his own offense.
Extending the 2-2-1 now. There's that skip.
Bounce pass to Taylor. Good choice. He didn't put it on the floor. He wanted so badly to put it on the floor. He didn't, and because of that, he's rewarded with 2 free throws.
So NFA extended that 2-2-1 a little bit further than we had seen earlier, and New London recognized the long diagonal was open, and that led to the pass to Taylor.
Tell you what, Taylor's got a nice stroke from the free throw strike.
Big advantage. Big man, offensive rebound, and just pump fake, draw foul.
That one's a little hard, but rebound comes down to Jamison. They've got him trapped. He finds Sidville. Up ahead, Santana. Davis. Santana with the rebound. Blocked by Taylor, but Cameron Barboza draws the foul. He'll go shoot 2.
And we saw a little bit of this, Casey, last week against St. Bernard's. NFA, you know, they don't look at the roster and who's tall and who's not. They all fight for rebounds down there. They have 4 red jerseys going for the ball, and finally it ends up in Barbosa's hands, and he draws the foul.
First one is off the side iron. We're going to get Hickson checking back in the game. He has 2 fouls. They're going to give Taylor a breather. Hickson and Taylor are going to be the primary. You're going to see Fleury spell good. You're going to see Williams, Warren, and Phillips virtually never come off the floor. Misses them both. Warren high, but he loses it out of bounds. Stays with NFA.
Once again, NFA scrappy on the boards and making it hard for New London to get these rebounds. Here's the same play.
Sinville, nice move. Can't get it to go. Hickson up ahead. Phillips hangs, can't get it to go. Look at Fleury going to get the rebound. Marvell up high. Warren for 3, no good. And finally rebounded by Santana.
Once again, sea of red around the rebound.
Interception by the football player. Fleury kicks it out to Williams, 3 short. Now we've seen Williams miss back-to-back threes. Up ahead, numbers, Santana, no good, but there's Barbosa. And New London just didn't get back. Foul out on the perimeter. It's going to either be Davis or Barbosa. They're going to call it on Barbosa.
Sinville gave them good minutes, Casey.
Yes, he did. And he's not afraid. He's a big body around in the block. He's not afraid to mix it up. Good back in the game. Warren will get a breather. Fleury at the line. Front end of the 1-and-1 knocked out. Second one is short and tipped out of bounds. We see Evan Keith into the ball game. Got a chance to see his dad Greg officiate our first one of the day. I asked his father, I said, what's he like as a player? And he goes, he's not as mean as I was. I said, is that a compliment? He goes, it is. He goes, he's much kinder, but I'd like to see him be mean. I'll tell you who's mean. Tony Williams. Nice look, Phillips. Nice ball movement. Williams, Hickson, open look for good. No good. And we're going to get a foul, but that's good ball movement by New London.
That was textbook ball movement. It just ended up with a long 3-point shot, but they were very unselfish, moved the ball around. Great inside-out 3, but NFA's in the bonus, so all these little nickel-dimers puts NFA at the line, a chance to tie it up.
Both teams in the bonus, and NFA's about to go into the double. Santana to shoot the front end of the 1-and-1. Yeah, that's good. Down to a 1-point game. How about this? You know, he makes this, and we're back tied up again. And that's the NFA is a team of runs. They really are. Both directions. They are very streaky. Just the way they play defense and run the floor. Lane violation on Santana, so that will not count.
And Coach Cornish has gotten Tony off the floor a couple times to kind of give him a breather, which they were able to get away with. That could prove to be huge later in this game.
Williams drives on Keith. The scoop shot is good.
Gap drive always kills the zone.
Davis finds Keith, who scores. It's a good look from Amani Davis. And I like the strong up for Keith. Bad pass. Jamison with the steal. Underneath, Keith with the left hand, and it doesn't go. Fleurijun, three, no good. Tipped out of bounds by Davis, and it'll stay with the Whalers.
Very impressed with the 2-2-1 pressure from NFA. They're getting New London to take these quick threes.
D. Will can't get it to go. Tipped out of bounds. It'll stay again with New London.
But that's what you got to keep doing if you're New London. Attack those gaps. Try to draw fouls.
Heading towards a minute. Hickson sets the screen. Phillips, Williams, that's his spot. Short and out of bounds. And Williams said he got fouled. He's looking for, he's saying, I got me on the arm. Oh, he's silky. And NFA has a 1-point lead.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to full court pressure him and let him get the ball going towards the basket, you're in jail.
Good, lost it. Back to Williams. Deshaun Phillips now has Davis on him. Drives, pulls up over Keith. Can't knock it down. Hickson keeps it alive. Good, puts it on the floor, loses it out of bounds. And we're gonna get a foul, I believe. You on the floor? Yep. That foul is gonna go against Tony Williams, and that'll be a 1-and-1 for the Whalers.
This is exactly the type of game I think the NFA would have liked to predict they were going to see tonight. And New London kind of falling right into their trap of throwing the ball around, taking some ill-advised threes.
You know who NFA reminds me a little bit of? The old Georgetown teams that just wanted to run up and down the floor and then make an absolute mess. A little Arkansas in them too. They just wanted to make it a mess. You know what I mean? They wanted to get out and run. They wanted to get you out of your offense by, you know, just pushing you, pressing you, and trapping you. And that's what I feel like they're doing right now. They're diving for every ball. They're offensive. They're scrapping all over the place. They're just kind of mucking up the waters.
Yeah, it's clear they have that identity. Like, that has been emphasized, obviously, the way that they're playing.
Good. Pulls up from the foul line. Can't get it. Hickson's there with a big offensive rebound. Out to Phillips.
Tremendous save.
Another rebound, this time Fleurijun. And he'll go to the line with a foul from Davis.
Tough one there. Armani's, you know, sticking with the game plan, putting pressure on these guards, but you don't want to give them free points here.
Ugly second quarter.
It is a 1-and-1 though, so.
5 seconds remaining. Fleurijun will shoot the 1-and-1. First one good.
Good looking stroke.
One more. Whalers looking to take a lead into halftime. Second one is good. Whalers with a 2-point lead. 5 seconds remaining. A little pressure now. Jamison pushes. Stripped. Williams at the buzzer. Good if it goes. Got it! D. Will with a thrill at the end of the half. Puts the Whalers up 5.
Wow. Officials talking about it.
What a shot. They're going to talk it over. Let's see ourselves. There's the strip. Oh, that's off in time.
Plenty of time.
Got it. D. Will.
Plenty of time.
Well, we are at halftime here at our nightcap. The Whalers, a 5-point lead. We'll send it to break. Come on back for second half action. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeured transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more.
When I'm playing basketball, I got a lot of names, you know. Call me Eddie, Edwin.
But that's not the name you go by elsewhere.
Whoa. Yeah, man. Lil Eddie's the rapper, man. That's me. Everywhere I go.
I said send me your location cause you know I'm little Eddie.
I've been making music since, like 7th grade. I like to show off a lot. I love the tension on me and stuff like that. And I was always like creative. I used to dance and I just love when the crowd yelling at me, you know, young kid out there on the stage, making music, or the ladies looking at me, you know, all that.
I'm Puerto Rican, I'm always gonna rap.
He's got 94,000 followers on his Instagram. He's always doing a concert somewhere. He was the spokesperson, I think, for the mental health thing we had a few weeks ago. We also went to a conference at Berlin High School for men of color leadership, and he was up there asking questions. And he's, you know, captain of our team now. Plays volleyball. He's very good in volleyball, and he played football this year. So Eddie's well-rounded, and he's out in the community.
My identity on the court is like a strong hustle player, man. You know, I'm always have those comments of me being Lil Eddie and rapping and stuff like that, but when they play me, they know that I'm an actual player. Like, they don't take me as a joke. I'm going to play hard. Like, I always go 110% every sport I play.
He's always going against guys that's bigger than him. He's always undersized, but his athleticism and his toughness, you know, helps him overcome that.
What's more nerve-wracking, being on the foul line or up on stage in front of people when you got the mic?
Basketball is definitely hard. That's definitely nerve-wracking, especially not being able to play like a lot. Throughout, like, you know, NFA's been always a great school, so it's hard to play on the big stage, you know. Lights are bright, varsity level, everybody wants to compete. Also with like music, also got the bright lights just like the basketball, and it's just not intimidating because I know the people that are there to see me. They want to be there for me, you feel me? So they're always supporting me. I know I got supporters in the crowd. In basketball, it's a competitive sport. And when we're away, there's nobody supporting you, you know. You got fans, student sections yelling at you, all that. Nobody's going to be on your side unless you got your own crowd.
At The Day, we pride ourselves on giving our readers the best coverage of local high school sports. Whether in-depth stories, photos and video, or columns, our dedicated reporters are on the sidelines covering it all, providing you with the stats, analysis, and commentary you've grown to know and trust. Subscribe today at theday.com to receive full access to all our coverage. With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeured transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com.
We've had a long line of
really, really great guards here. Tyson Whaler, Tom Pobleet, Kareem Brown, Lee Mitchell, Torrin Charles Harris, and Chris Dunn, who, in my estimation, somewhat stands alone. And, so he's transitioned into a freshman point guard last year, we call him Boo Boo, or Deshaun Phillip.
Came from when I was born. I was very small, Boo Boo is a small injury. Like when you get a small injury, people say you got a boo boo. So they just called me that because I was really small as a baby.
The mantle that he's carrying on is pretty outstanding. There's definitely a big responsibility there to be a point guard for New London High School, which is one of the premier programs historically, in the state of Connecticut, without a doubt.
For me, it's an honor, and I know that for that position, you got to work very hard. You got to be a dog on the court, always hardworking, a leader. I've been thinking about this when I was little, when I was 6 years old, and hearing about Chris Dunn and stuff. My aunt's telling me about him, and I always wanted to come play here. And when I got old enough to know the positions, I always wanted to be a point guard at New London.
You win with guards at any level. You have to have guards. And we definitely have the guards this year. We have Dev Williams that's here, transferred in from St. Bernard's to sophomore. Very good player, along with Boo Boo. And Savon is going to be playing more on the perimeter for us this year. Those three kids are all sophomores, and I think they're definitely talented enough, experienced enough, only being sophomores, to carry us. If our inside games develops as we're hoping, we should be a team that's, to be reckoned with statewide this year.
With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeured transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com. Core Plus Credit Union is a proud sponsor of tonight's Player of the Game. Great news! Membership has opened up so that if you're hearing this, you can become a member. As a member of Core Plus, you'll enjoy great rewards, including cash back on debit card purchases, ATM rebates, and even paid interest on balances when you open a Kasasa checking account. Find out rates and options online at coreplus.org. The Holy Club, the premier indoor golf facility and lounge in southeastern Connecticut. Featuring Foresight sports simulator technology, you can test your game on the greatest courses in the world. Want to improve your swing? Schedule a lesson with their on-site PGA Pro. Want to host an event? The lounge offers the perfect setting to watch all the big games. Gift cards are available and make the perfect stocking stuffer for this holiday season. Don't wait. Stop by the Holy Club, 161 Water Street in downtown Norwich. With more than...
We're at halftime here at Mohegan Sun, 33-28. New London on top by 5, courtesy of a 6-0 run to end the half. New London led by Devin Williams. He's got 15. Deshaun Phillips, 9. Eddie Santana with 9 for NFA. And Tony Williams with 7. But Tony Williams with 7 is, I think, the story. In part, NFA 0 for 5 from the three-point line. And that's really where Williams needs to start getting cooking in the second half if they're going to get back in this thing. And that's a heartbreaker at the end of the half for NFA.
Yeah, I mean, this is a test of your mettle, a test of adversity. It seems like NFA has taken a lot of body blows here early in the season, and they played, about as good as they could hope, for against a team like New London that's, coming off a huge win and playing with a lot of confidence. NFA really outplayed New London for most of that half, but then in the last, 20 seconds, kind of fumbled it away. A bad foul out here on the perimeter gave him a 1-and-1, and then a bad turnover and a miracle half-court shot, although we may be seeing him make a lot more shots like that in his career.
Well, as the New London dance team entertains us on the court, during the first half, the entertainment value really came from Devin Williams' sharpshooting and the scrappiness of guys like Eddie Santana.
Yeah, I mean, Eddie was playing like a senior, should be playing, and I thought NFA, really got after it in terms of winning the loose ball, the 50-50 ball battle. They definitely have an identity that they're not going to be out-scrapped. If they're beat by more skill or more talent, that's one thing, but they're not going to be out-scrapped. And as a coach, that's all you can ask for. You know, I thought the effort and the energy from NFA for the 16 minutes in the first half was tremendous. You know, it's just sometimes mistakes happen and you pay for them. But they got a whole second half to play, and it's really important that they come out and play with that same energy and make sure that they're getting to the hoop. And that starts with getting the ball in number 0's hands, who once again has gone to the pit stop and changed the sneakers.
You know, probably unfair. We talked about the best players in the league. One thing I can say is that no one has more on his shoulders than Tony Williams does, because in order for them to compete against really good teams, he has to be outstanding. I think for them to compete against the next level teams, he still has to be really good. I don't think he can ever throw in a stinker and have them compete, because it's going to take a pretty special effort on their half. Now, I think what you said is spot on. They will not be out-scrapped. They will not be out-hustled. But in their opening 3 games against teams like St. Bernard's, St. Joe's, and now New London, that's not enough. You have to scrap, and you have to have someone, and Williams is the guy. Now, he might go drop 20 in the second half, but I think in order for NFA to compete against those kinds of teams, he has to be electric. When they go and play East Lyme, Waterford, you know, Ledyard, I still think he has to be pretty good. Like, I don't think he can ever take a night off, and that's a lot to ask of a kid.
Yeah, but, you know, that's what Tony's built for. You know, that's what he wants. When you're a point guard, there's no other position in sports other than starting quarterback. That's as difficult as being a point guard on a basketball team, especially the point guard of NFA or the point guard of New London. You know, you're carrying a lot of pressure and a lot of legacy, and Tony wants that. So I don't think it's too much of a burden for him. The key is that he's got to be patient. Like, he can be fast without being out of control. And that's where the maturation process happens, that every game, you see Coach Cornish talking to him on the bench right now, every game he's getting coached up. You don't have to hit a home run every play, you know, to use a baseball analogy. But you got to make a good decision every play. And if he does that, I think they're going to be in every single game.
Yeah, the identity of this team is pretty clear. The identity is, we're not going to get outworked, we're not going to get out-scrapped, we're not going to get out-hustled. They've got guys who will put themselves on the floor. Love that. The identity of New London is still emerging. You know, we said, you know, we know Boo Boo's going to have the ball in his hands. We know Williams is going to have opportunities to shoot the ball. You know, where does that leave Savon Warren? What role does Xavier Good have as a freshman guard? I like what I saw from Hickson and Taylor. I think they both bring something a little different size-wise for New London. So, you know, that run at the end of the half gives them a little bit of breathing room. I think it's clear that they're a more talented team, but NFA has done a nice job pushing them into bad decisions and outworking them.
Yeah, and this game's far from over. You know, these first couple minutes, they always say it, you know, on any broadcast, college basketball, first 5 minutes, well, in high school, it's the first 4 minutes of the second half will dictate if this game is going to sway in one direction or the other. And if New London makes a couple mistakes or NFA makes a couple outstanding plays, then we're going to have a battle right down to the wire. Let's pay attention closely to these first 4 minutes.
So New London will have the ball up 5. Devin Williams will inbound. Deshaun Phillips.
NFA in the 3-2. They're not trapping, you know, they're trying to maybe bait that middle pass. Tony's so quick with his hands, can get in those passing lanes.
And a drive to the basket by Good. He'll be fouled on the floor.
And that's what conversely, that's what New London has to keep doing. Attack the gaps, don't settle for, you know, passing it around the perimeter and shooting a 3.
Oh, nice look. Warren scores on the inbound. Williams found him. Elevates so quickly, does Savon Warren.
New London pulling a page out of the NFA notebook. 2-2-1 to a 3-2.
They find the high post. Good shot. Davis is there for the follow of the Barbosa miss. Up ahead, running the floor. Boo Boo. Can't get it to go. Tipped out of bounds. I think it's going to stay with New London.
Yeah, I mean, jumping into a zone defense could cause some problems for NFA, but New London's got a rebound out of that.
Warren loses it. Jamison with the steal. And now Hickson picks it off for New London, so back-to-back turnovers. Williams picks the pocket of Good, picking on the freshman. All the way to the basket, he loses it out of bounds. It'll stay with the Wildcats.
So quick, you know, we might have to do some kind of day.com science test. Who has the quicker hands, Tony or Amir Gray?
Jamison knocks down the three.
That's
big hoop for Cody Jamison.
Yeah, definitely. That's a big hoop for him. Give him some confidence.
Hickson catches, gives it to Warren. Little baby 10-footer is good.
Tough shot.
Yes. A travel, and the turnover will go. And I have to say that what I love, I think Savon Warren's shot, that 10-footer, is about as hard a shot because it's the least practiced shot out there. No one takes that shot. So that's it. First of all, that is an incredibly hard shot. I love what New London is trying to do with the dribble penetration. Williams, reverse, can't get it to go, but Hickson has been fabulous on the glass. Davis coming the other direction. Barbosa follows it up.
That's just effort. That's just effort from Cam. Wanted it more.
Our behind-the-scenes producer, Peter Wappy, points out that there was yet another pit change at halftime. And Tony Williams now has his third pair of shoes on. Oh, good look, Warren to Hickson. Feed the elbow.
Yeah, and that's one of the main principles. If you're going to play 3-2, you cannot let it get to that foul line.
There's a nice balance when you catch it in that high post. Square up, which Savon Warren did immediately, right? Square up, make yourself a threat to shoot it, make yourself a threat to drive, and allow yourself the vision, because you have a 3-on-2 at that point. I mean, you have the numbers once the ball gets into that spot. I liked how Warren squared up, didn't rush it, but was very direct with how he approached it.
And so now they got Cody Jamison on the top of the 3-2, and he's backing up a little, and that's actually good in the 3-2 defense. You want to almost tempt the guy with the ball to pop that top of the key three.
Three by Good is off the glass. When it's going your way, it's going your way.
Yeah, that was exactly the shot that NFA wanted New London to take.
Williams turns on the Jets all the way to the basket, hangs and scores over Hickson.
I don't know if there's any reason to press if you're going to let Tony Williams go right down the middle. So fast.
Phillips for three, back iron, no good. But Devin Williams with the rebound and the floater, no good. Tipped, Good gets it, goes baseline. Whalers will reset.
Ref's got to fix the net.
Warren's going to take care of it right here. Left hand finish is good. Timeout, NFA, 30 seconds. You know, I would love an ECC skills competition. Wouldn't you love to see who's the fastest with the basketball? I mean, Tony Williams, lightning, right? Everyone talks dunk contest and three-point contest. I'd love to see Tyson Wheeler shooting threes with Devin Williams and, you know, pick your people. I'd love to see, you know, who's faster with the basketball. I think we have such an exciting group of players here in the conference.
Yeah, and a lot of them are young, you know, so the ECC's in good shape for the near future, and NFA and New London building, as you said, the next generation of this rivalry, and it's been everything that we hoped for. Back and forth, scrappy. New London has a 7-point lead now, but it doesn't seem that big of a lead. It seems like NFA could come back at any moment and go on a 5-0 run, 6-0 run.
Whalers looking like a little 2-2-1 pressure of their own. Warren with the steal. Fakes, scoops, offensive foul. Jamison turned it over, but also took the charge.
Yeah, that was big because turnover and a blocking foul would have been a killer there. But this is, this is where you're seeing some of the weakness of NFA right now until they can figure out who that second ball handler is. They're making sure that Tony isn't able to get the ball up court.
Third foul on Warren. Santana, strong drive. Oh, look at Sinville. Rebound, pass. Santana finishes.
NFA hanging around.
Williams kicks out, open look for Phillips. It's gonna be short. Rhett Hickson is right there. Santana, another good look. Keith finishes at the rim. He can score it if you get him to the the ball in good position.
Yeah, and Eddie continues to play really solid today for NFA. Oh.
Phillips drives. Hickson with the offensive rebound. He's done great work down there for the New London.
Really has.
Hickson and Taylor bring two very different dimensions. Hickson's the wide body, but he's quick to the ball. Taylor's long, agile. They've done a great job. So that's 7 boards for Hickson. Taylor's done great work as well. And that's an important component because the two of them are going to be rotating almost constantly.
2-3 zone look now from NFA. They played this a lot in the first couple games. But Tony, it's like plastic, man. It's like his fingertips just extend into the passing lane. How many deflections? I wonder if we have a stat. How many deflections NFA has had tonight?
Swinging the ball around the perimeter, good. Drives, jump stops, he'll lose it out of bounds, and that'll be NFA ball.
Another deflection. When you're playing a zone, that's as critical a statistic as any statistic, because you want to create deflections when the team is passing. Those deflections lead to steals and runouts. You want to teach your guys to get deflections, not necessarily get steals, get deflections.
Good look from from Keegan Johnson, rather. Johnson found Santana. That's a great look from the sophomore, Keegan Johnson.
Just like that, a 4-0 run. That 7-point lead wasn't that big. It's down to 3.
Williams, floater, no good. Santana with the rebound. Another good look. Johnson into Sinville. Keith, that's no good. Up ahead, Devin Williams running the floor.
And once again, we've seen it in all 3 games. A bad shot is a turnover on this court because it's just so hard to get back. So that bad shot, long rebound, run out, easy deuce for New London, back up 5.
Yeah, with Williams and Phillips, Warren, all running the floor, looking up. This team will put the gas on real quick.
It's one of the, there's so many hard conversations you have to have with players, but it's one of the hardest. Like, what is a good shot for you? A good shot for you, a bad shot for you might be a good shot for somebody else. And that's the hard part. Well, Johnny took it, why can't I take it? And that's getting your players to understand what their strengths and weaknesses are is a critical part of getting a team to function at its best.
Lead back to 5. NFA with the ball. 1:16 remaining here in the third period. Of course, we saw a big second half from East Catholic and St. Bernard's as they ran away with their 2 games.
Fascinating to me still that New London mirroring the NFA defensive game plan now after halftime. Pretty much man-to-man the whole first half, and now it looks like they've gone back to man. Started in a 3-2 look. Looks like they're back in the man.
I think NFA would be happy taking this last shot, believe it or not. Johnston stutter steps, kicks. Jamison almost got called for the travel, but he kept his foot. We're gonna get a timeout.
Yeah.
From Dave Cornish.
Hard to hold the ball for 50 seconds in this day and age, with, you know, especially against a team like New London. It has all these athletic, quick guards. To hold it for 50 seconds. Can't wait till the shot clock comes into play. That's the one thing that I'll regret, that I didn't get a chance to coach with the shot clock. I think a lot of the things we did that we preached would have been even more affected had we had a shot clock. But that'll be good for the game. But right now, even without a shot clock, it's hard to dribble the ball for 50 seconds and get the last shot.
So I have had many disputes with the sports doctor over the shot clock, because part of me looks at all of the upsets over history and says, for, you know, teams like Hickory, Chaminade, and Princeton, you give them a shot clock and they can't win anymore. They can't stall, they can't do any of that stuff. But I think the game has just changed so much that those teams would operate and do it within the confines of a shot clock.
I think you do it on defense instead of offense. You trick teams and confuse teams on defense and force them to take bad shots because they're not able to get to their good shot early enough in the shot clock.
Williams gets a screen from Santana, drives, pulls up, finds Santana, and he gets it to go as the clock runs out on the third period. A big basket. NFA's within 3. Fourth quarter coming up. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
At the Connecticut Capitals Baseball Academy, we provide a fun experience for all serious baseball players of all ages through playing competitive summer baseball at a high level, by teaching young men how to play the game the right way with a professional approach. Come join the Capital family, where we strive for unmatched professionalism, high character building, and a customer-driven experience in a team environment. With more than 40 years in the transportation business, Ambassador Limo is the #1 chauffeured transportation company in Connecticut. Whether you're looking for a night on the town, wedding transportation, or reliable service to and from the airport, Ambassador has you covered. Check them out at ambassadorlimo.com.
As we get ready to start the fourth quarter, a big basket by Eddie Santana on a great look from Tony Williams. Gets the Wildcats within 3, and Santana is the leading scorer for NFA with 15. Devin Williams leads all scorers with 17 for New London, but some questionable tactics there at the end of the period. I think New London got caught not in the defense that they want to be in. Let's find out some thoughts about what the coaches had to say. George, what do you got?
Taylor's huddle right before the fourth quarter. Head coach Craig Parker was really stressing about how to break this press and how they can get the ball offensively to be moving a lot more in a quicker pace, because NFA is all over them defensively.
We'll find out if the strategy and the X's and O's for the Whalers pay off. New London now with Taylor out on Williams, and that's a mismatch. Williams goes right by him, but Taylor steps in front. Savon Warren ahead. Devin Williams with a layup out ahead of everybody.
So quick, every turnover is automatic 2 points. There's the flex screen. New London switched on it.
Long three for Williams. Back iron, no good. Rebound tipped. Warren, again, 3-on-1. Williams, lob and over the top of Phillips. And we'll hug it out. Hug it out.
Well, that's great to see. Don't know if Chop feels the same.
Well, I'll tell you, he does, and I'll tell you why. I was talking with Coach Parker, and he said that Deshaun Phillips had one of the greatest dunks in practice that he'd ever seen in the John T. Conway Gymnasium. I said, Coach, you've been here a long time. That's a lot of dunks. I said, I remember watching dunk fests regularly in the 80s and 90s, and he said, these guys are starting to learn just how high up they can get. Savon, Boo Boo, Devin, they're all above the rim, and so the lob is something that they're just kind of still learning. You see, sometimes on the breaks, the people look down for the bounce pass. He's teaching them, look up. That lob is going to be there a lot, and so there's a good example of that lob was there. He just missed, didn't execute. Barbosa, no good, and Warren's fouled by Barbosa. It's about the only way to keep New London from running.
Yeah, it's not a bad foul. Some critical minutes here, this lineup. Armani Davis off the floor right now.
Not for long. He's going back to the scorer's table. It's good being very deliberate. Dangerous pass. Phillips hangs in the air. He's tied up, out of bounds. It goes. He'll stay with New London.
Cam Barbosa has quietly had a great defensive game for the Wildcats. He's just there. He's just everywhere he needs to be. He's in the right spot.
Warren has Davis on him, and now he gives it back up to Phillips.
2-3 zone for NFA right now.
Williams should be able to pop free on this if New London wants to get him. There it is right there. Williams drives, reverse, D-Will.
He's shown a lot of maturity. He could have easily just jacked that three, but the gaps have been open for him, and a beautiful layup package there at the end with the reverse.
Santana, nice look, rejected. Taylor with a big block on Jamison.
Another great play by Eddie Santana, though. Put the ball on the deck, drew his defender, dished it off, but a big block erases the shot attempt.
Kick out, Jamison, high, arcing threes, good. Big three, draws NFA to within 4.
Needed it. Still in arm's length, a lot of time.
Good. Boo Boo Phillips drives. He'll be fouled on the floor. If that's on Barbosa, I think that's his 4th. Nope, they're going to call it on Santana. Second on him.
Last couple possessions, New London attacking the gaps. Smart basketball. Up.
Dangerous pass. Davis steps in and knocks it out of bounds.
Both Davis and Williams make up so much ground. Imagine if they were a safety duo. I don't know a lot about football.
Davis plays football, and he's talented.
That's how they're intercepting these passes, stealing these passes.
Phillips, long three is short. Taylor tips it around. Warren kicks, good. Wisely pulls it out. They trap him. Oh, what a foul! Finds Williams. Oh, like butter. Shout out to Mike O'Farrell, who says that if he wants to be called butter, we got to say it's because he'd be good on a roll.
Once again, you know he's going left. You can't stop him.
Williams, bounce pass. Phillips. Jump shot no good, a little strong. Barbosa out of the pack. Up ahead, Davis running the floor. And it's going to be goaltending against Taylor. Hey, don't look now, it's a 2-point game.
Yeah, I mean, once again on that shot attempt, 4 red jerseys in the paint, no white jerseys.
Williams out of control, but he'll get the foul on Jamison.
Really impressed with how Williams has adjusted his game here in the second half and has looked to drive the ball more. That's the 4th on Cam Barbosa, so they'll go to Cam Sinville.
Number 10, Cam Sinville, correction, team foul to 5.
Exchanging Camerons. One more for Williams. Doesn't get it, but look at Warren go up high. Savon Warren elevates. Williams for 3, no good, side iron. Taylor, strong rebound. New London's gonna run, there's Phillips. Hanging in the air, can't finish. And I think 3 New London players had a chance at it. We're gonna get the foul call. Foul's called on Sylvan. Sinville with the foul. 10 rebounds for Savon Warren. He'll go to the line, rewarded for this last one. That one's good. Short. Williams comes down with it. He'll push.
It's a good call.
Fouls on Deshaun Phillips, his 3rd.
Comes the flex. 11 cut into the basket.
Santana with a good take. Eddie's played a heck of a game.
Tremendous, and there you see, like, in control, picks up his dribble and lands on 2. It gives him a powerful base to draw the foul.
Warren with the steal. Phillips up ahead. Drives, hangs, and scores. The largest lead of the game is 8.
Running back in man-to-man.
Gonna get a foul. I think that's gonna go on good.
15 foul on New London, so another inbounds.
Warren with a double-double, 11 points, 10 rebounds for the Whalers.
London goes 2-3 out of bounds. They drop Phillips to the corner, so it looks like a 1-4. Oh. See right there, you got to get both feet back inbounds before you touch the ball. He caught it in the air, landed, and that's why they call him out of bounds, even though he's not standing out of bounds.
Does he have to make a basketball move before he goes to the ground?
It's unbelievable.
Never in my life have I been so confused by something I thought I understood than what constitutes a catch. I thought I knew as a kid in the playground. I know what a catch is. We've got a timeout on the floor, and this timeout is brought to you by St. Bernard School.
St. Bernard School is a Roman Catholic co-ed college prep school for grades 6 to 12 located in Uncasville. We welcome students of all faiths who value academic excellence, personal and spiritual growth, and a commitment to community. St. Bernard ranks among the best private schools in Connecticut, with a 98% college acceptance rate and a student-to-teacher ratio of 12 to 1. We offer over 40 clubs and activities and more than 20 sports programs. Visit stbernardschool.org to apply today or request a campus tour.
8-point New London lead, 2:26 remaining, crunch time here. What's the message in the huddle for New London?
Smart shot. No crazy passes. Smart shot. If you get in trouble, you got timeouts, so don't panic. You want to get a good shot off or get fouled. You want to dictate how this last 2 minutes are going to be played. For NFA, obviously the opposite. You want to put pressure on New London, force them to take something quick. They've been doing a great job rebounding all game long, so just continue to do that. And then get the ball in Tony's hands and keep running some stuff. Hopefully he can chip away at this lead.
8-point lead and the basketball.
NFA has Paul Erickson in the game for defense, so they're definitely going to try to apply some ball pressure here. NFA in man-to-man.
Phillips hounded by Davis. Gets a screen from Warren. Warren, 12-footer, in and out, no good, but Taylor tips it, gets it. Use the clock. Clock is your friend.
All game long, NFA's been so good limiting New London to one shot, and it's the big offensive rebound right there on that possession.
Second foul on Erickson.
It'll be a 1-and-1.
And Williams will go to the line. He already has 24 points to lead all scorers. You think about, we talked about Taylor and Hickson, right? So Hickson, wide body, but he's got a burst. He reminds me of a really quick guard in football. Like he's, explosive and he gets to the ball. Taylor is not only tall, but he's long and he's good at knifing into and out of the lane. So it's a really nice balance they have with their bigs.
Looks like we've got an injury timeout here.
Erickson. So Jamison will check in for him.
Jamison's hit 2 big threes today.
Big possession here for NFA.
Don't need a 3. New London man-to-man. Forcing Tony to go right here. Gets that ball screen to go to his left and
hangs and can't get it to go, but the tip is good.
He's going left. He still goes left.
Barboza gets credit for the tip. The other way, Williams. Offensive foul. So Barboza stood his ground even with the 4 fouls. And a big takeaway there. And Williams is banged up. He's on the floor right now. I think he had the wind knocked out of him. They're going to attend to him.
Yeah, that was definitely a charge. Great job by Cam Barboza establishing legal guarding position. 2 feet on the floor, facing the defender. And not leaving his feet. And that's a big turnover there.
Yeah, 6 points, 2 possessions, 1:32 here in the game.
Just an eternity. We're going to have to see some free throws be made if New London's going to get out of it with the win. More concerning right now is...
I think he was just knocked the wind out of him. He was touching his sternum, which is that spot when you land hard, and they immediately just went right to getting him some air. So Williams will come out of the game.
Yeah, interesting. Will they use a timeout so he can stay in? It's only a minute 32. London has 3 timeouts. So they're actually going to use 3 timeouts in a minute 32. And I would almost say it's better to use one and keep them in the game here.
Timeout New London, right on cue, so that way they can keep Williams in the game. That's smart play.
And he's just been so important, Casey, at both ends of the floor. He's guarding Tony, and he's got the ball in his hands, 50% of the time. 50 it's in Boo Boo's hands. So bringing the ball up, So you got to keep him on the floor. I think that was a smart use of the timeout by the New London coaching staff.
Hard to believe we're a minute 32 away from this night being over. At the same time, it feels like it just started 5 minutes ago. and it also feels like it started 5 days ago. You know, and there's been some trends that I've seen throughout the course of the day. You know, teams are getting longer. Game 1 was an example of where Division I in Connecticut is, you know, length of teams. Trend 2, incorporating new people is not easy. It takes a little bit of time. The teams you see today are not the teams you'll see in March. Message 3, the rest of the state's going to open up and watch highlights tomorrow and go, oh, St. Bernard's real. They're real. Division 2 is loaded. And Division 2 teams are going to go, okay, that's a good team. And then the third thing, if there's anything to come out of tonight, is that New London has a chance to be special this year. And NFA has a chance. And I don't know who their next game is against. I mean, I'm going to say it. I really hope they get a win against Waterford, in so much as if they start the year 0-3, I don't want to see them get so down 0-4. Like, this is the best 0-3 team anywhere if they were to not be able to pull this one out. So, Williams slices, and Phillips grabs the rebound. That was a big opportunity there. Williams just couldn't get it to go. So NFA has Classical on Wednesday in Rhode Island. That's a win I'd love to see them get. I feel bad because I can't say that I want them to beat Waterford. Coach Bassett would get really mad at me.
Oh, great steal.
Williams doesn't get up. Smart move. Gets it back from Barbosa. Under a minute. Williams goes down, but Barbosa gets it back. They got to get the ball over the floor. Barbosa does, and Coach Cornish calls a timeout.
Go back to the pit. Change the tires.
Tony did not change his shoes for the fourth period. He left those on, but so I'm good now that they're playing Classical. I can openly say that I want NFA to win their next game. I was hesitant to say that I want them to beat Waterford because I knew I'd get a lot of grief from all my Waterford fans. What I mean by that is, you know, there's moral victories only go so far. After a while, as Coach Belichick would say, you are what your record is, right? You know, so there's some truth to that.
Except in NFA's, not to cut you off, Casey, in NFA's case, you know, Division I, they automatically qualify. And we kind of know what Division I is like. So really, they're trying to get back here for the ECC championship. So, I think the message is still, let's just keep getting better. We hung with St. Bernard's. They're supposed to be the best team. We hung with St. Joe's. They're going to be a really good team. They got a really good coach. And we hung with New London in this grand stage here. We're just as good as anybody around these parts.
Yeah, and to get to the ECC final, they're going to have to beat a New London or a St. Bernard's. And you're right, but 0-4 feels hefty. So just for their own, mentality, I'd like to see them see some results from all this hard work. Williams, high floater, can't get it to go, and Phillips brings the rebound down. He's fouled, and he'll go to the line and shoot a 1-1 up 6.
Many moons ago, when Coach Curlin was still at the helm, we had a team that started 2-9 and made it to the ECC final at Waterford, and that was a highlight for us. Chris Dunn, I think, dropped 70 on us that night, but it was a highlight that we were able to battle back. And so even though I know 0-4, 0-3, 0-4, winter sports season is a long season.
Not out of it yet. 2-possession game. Williams, no foul. Up ahead. We might see some showtime from Warren. Thunder dunk. There's the dagger. .22 seconds. Davis cuts it to 6.
Got to get a quick foul here if you're NFA. Don't waste any time. Quick foul. Take advantage of that last 1-1.
Timeout taken by New London. That's a full timeout, and with this timeout, we're going to take a break. It's brought to you by the St. Bernard School.
St. Bernard School is a Roman Catholic co-ed college prep school for grades 6 to 12 located in Uncasville. We welcome students of all faiths who value academic excellence, personal and spiritual growth, and a commitment to community. St. Bernard ranks among the best private schools in Connecticut with a 98% college acceptance rate and a student-to-teacher ratio of 12 to 1. We offer over 40 clubs and activities and more than 20 sports programs. Visit stbernardschool.org to apply today or request a campus tour.
The good news was a thunderous Savon Warren dunk put the Whalers up 8. The bad news is they didn't get back in transition, and Amani Davis scored a quick 2 for NFA to cut it back to 6-point game. So 22 seconds remaining, both teams in the bonus. Looks like NFA is going to foul, and New London's going to have to try to make some free throws here as New London has that 6-point lead.
Yeah, you got to stretch the game now, foul immediately, and hope for a miss.
Keith inbounds the ball. They trap Phillips, and he turns it over off of Phillips. NFA with a chance here.
I think they were actually trying to foul him. Just refs let him play a little bit and fumbled it out of bounds.
Oh, I'd love to see someone hit a 3 here and just get everybody up and on the edge of their seats. Timeout, NFA. Coach Cornish wants to draw up the best possible inbound play. I'm sure he's going to want to free up Jamison or Williams for a 3 here on the inbound.
Well, now, unfortunately, I think you have to shoot a 3 because you have no more timeouts. So you can't stop the clock. So if you score a 2, even if New London misses, and then you come down and hit a 3, you're still down 1, and New London doesn't have to inbound the ball. So now I think that changes your strategy here. It's not best available shot. I think you have to take a 3 here. I don't know if my math's correct. I know Robert Sala left 1 timeout. Mike Greenberg's still upset about that.
How's that 3 at the end of the half looking right now?
Oh, man.
The Devin Williams bomb at the half.
But it's been a good one, Casey. It was a good nightcap, and it's lived up to the hype of the rivalry. And looking forward to when these teams meet again.
Well, we won't be back until the new year, but oh, what a game we'll come back with. January 6th at New London High School in the John T. Conway Gymnasium, St. Bernard and New London. And that will be fabulous. Trying to free up Jamison. They're going to have to get a shot off here. Williams, New London, great pressure. Long 3 for Williams, no good. Tipped, comes down to Barbosa, but you're right, not going to be enough time.
Oh, that was a violation.
A violation with 3.7 remaining, but even if they hit a 3, they won't be able to stop the clock.
And London's got to know that right now.
Williams for 3, no good, and that will do it. 62-58. The Whalers come away with the victory over a very game NFA Wildcats team. A lot to like in Norwich right now, and I hope they listen to that message. Santana led the way with 15 for NFA. Devin Williams, 24, a double-double for Savon Warren, 13 and 10. We'll be talking with head coach Greg Parker shortly. Also, Core Plus Credit Union is a proud sponsor of tonight's Player of the Game. Hey, great news. Membership has opened so that if you're hearing this, you can become a member. As a member of Core Plus, you'll enjoy great rewards, including cash back on debit card purchases, ATM rebates, and even paid interest on balances when you open a Casasa checking account. Find out rates and options online at coreplus.org. George Hathaway is with our player of the game.
Yeah, guys, here I am with the Core Plus Credit Union player of the game, Devin Williams. Devin, you had 24 points tonight after a 42-point game on Saturday, so a lot of great scoring coming from you. What's the mindset kind of coming into these games?
It's just taking what they can give me. My teammates are allowing me to get open and take the focus off of me a lot, so I'm just taking the opportunity to score.
You had that half-court buzzer beater as well. You're smiling because I know you like that, but that was a great play right there. I mean, what was just kind of heaving it up there at that point, right?
Yeah, I was just, I hope prayer goes in, and it went in, so I was hyped after that.
Big win here tonight against NFA, but what does this rivalry mean to you?
It means a lot. It's been a rivalry for years now, and it just feels good to beat them, you know what I mean?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Devin. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. That's our Core Plus player of the game, and now George will have a few moments to talk with New London's Craig Parker, inching closer and closer to his 500th win.
We can do this side if you, whatever you feel more comfortable with. All right, perfect.
And George will switch places with Coach Parker. George, take it away.
Here I am with Coach Parker. Coach, a very close game kind of coming down the stretch. How much trust do you have in your players to come up big?
Well, we have to have faith. I mean, we coach them. We have faith that they can make the plays that we have to make to win a close game. Norwich played a hell of a game, a great high school game. Norwich played very well.
Yeah, it was a very physical game, kind of going down the stretch. But what are kind of some of your takeaways moving forward as your schedule is a little bit tough down the road?
We just have to keep improving. We just have to get more kids involved offensively in some form or fashion. We have a tough game at Hill House on Saturday and. Wednesday. We'll see what happens.
Awesome, Coach. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the win.
Well, Juice, the end of 3 games. That man's getting closer to his 500th win. This team is going to do it because they've got a lot of electric players. But early on, we saw that scrappiness of NFA, and I think that's going to serve them well down the stretch.
Yeah, I don't foresee that there's going to be any quit in this team. Coach Cornish won't allow it. The guys that are out there have a lot of pride in playing for the school, and like I said, it's a long season, and you just got to keep preaching that. There's a lot of new faces on the varsity level. Like, some of them might have got sprinkled in last year, but like the minutes that they're playing, the significant minutes that they're playing, is new for most of them except for Tony. So, even Eddie didn't play, the amount of minutes that he's playing this year. So, they just got to keep preaching that message and keep fighting hard, and once they get into that league schedule, I just think their speed and their quickness is going to create so many problems for teams. And the teams that do it that might have a size advantage, like, they better bring their lunch pail, because this NFA team, they have a tenacity to go fight for those rebounds.
Well, it's been a long day and a successful day here at the Mohegan Sun. A great day for the Holiday Classic. Wins by East Catholic over Notre Dame. Wins St. Bernard's over Daniel Hand, and now New London over NFA. We want to thank everybody who was involved. Of course, our great partnership with Mohegan Sun, for all of the technicians and people here in the arena for putting on such a great event. For all of our sponsors, we can't thank you enough for being a part of the Holiday Classic. Our production crew, everybody pitching in today, our social media manager, our ultimate stat guru, our own Mike DeMoro, raising the questions that need to be raised. And most of all, freshly squeezed juice. It's been a pleasure having you, Coach. Looking forward to doing it more. We'll be back January 6th. That's going to be a good one. St. Bernard at New London. Harold Presley was watching the game today out in California. That rivalry, that's what I think of. I think of Harold Presley in the 80s going up against those great New London teams. And we're going to have a great one on the 6th. St. Bernard's at New London.
Can't wait. It's been a pleasure. Casey, big shout out, as always, to the game day crew. Have put a mark on how to broadcast a high school sporting event. Just the premier operation in Connecticut, and probably, as I said, in the Northeast. Just proud to be a part of it, and it was a great night tonight. And a big shout out to the winners tonight, East Catholic, St. Bernard, and New London. You guys look tremendous on the stage here at Mohegan Sun.
Shout out, of course, to our PA announcer, Bill Glenn. He did a fabulous job tonight, keeping everybody entertained as well. So on behalf of everybody here at Mohegan Sun and the day, I am Casey O'Neill saying good night, everybody.